Hello and welcome to Mortdog Madness Reckoning. That's right, we're back for set 5 Mort. I can't believe it. Like this is the I think this is the third Mortdog Madness tournament and I've been around for all of them. We've seen Aegon win both of them. There's like themes that run through previous Mortdog events that we'll see if they continue this weekend, but I'm hyped. It's set 5. It's the PvE. We're in the great unknown. We know some things that are starting to look pretty strong, right, Mort? But there's a lot to be discovered yet. But how are you feeling going into this tournament for set 5?
I'm excited. I'm excited to see, we saw just after the World's Championship where it was like players who knew what they were doing. And now we get to see what some of these players, when they don't quite know what they're doing, and they've only had, a week and a half to play with all the new pieces, all the new shadow items. So it's finally time to see how it all plays out and see what they can do, and really who's kind of the quickest at adapting to a new set, and who's had time to play on PvE, and who maybe hasn't. So should be fun to watch.
Yeah, it'll be really fascinating because we've got not only all the new champions and traits as usual with any set, but the new mechanic basically doubles the amount of items in the game. So that's a huge amount of new information to learn straight up, but then to incorporate into your gameplay. So it's going to be fascinating. Let's check out the format for this weekend. If you've watched TFT tournaments in the past, you're going to see something pretty familiar. We've got 5 games per day for each set of players. And after every 2 games, the players are going to be reseeded into different lobbies based on their placement. And then over the course of the day, or at the end of the day, I should say, we'll weed it down to the top 8. They will advance to day number 2 to get a piece of that, or $5,000 USD prize pool. And Mort, you and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, but there it is, that awesome prize pool. And Mort, you funded some of this yourself, and we don't often see game devs going this far into creating and sort of being part of events for the communities. What sort of like spurred that on for you?
Yeah, so I started doing the streaming thing a little bit to try to be an outreach to players. I know when I was a player, having an outreach to a dev would be really cool, and so that was something I always wanted to do. So far, it's been pretty successful. It's generated some revenue, but I don't really do it for the money. I work at Riot for that. And so I like to give back to the community. People have been kind enough to donate and subscribe, and so yeah, just happy to see a tournament. And Giant Slayer's been an awesome partner, and yeah, so just excited to help make this happen.
That's awesome. Shout out to Mobalytics as well for also contributing a lot to this tournament and providing a great site that has all the TFT Set 5 information you can handle. We'll talk more about that later. Right now, check out the players we've got in this tournament. This is quite the list, Mort. We've got Casey Double, the Set 3 champion. We've got Aegon, the 2-time Mortdog Madness champion. We've got a lot of big names on this list, don't we?
Yeah, there's a lot of big names here. We've got Sean's and I'm So Fresh from the Europe side, GV8 Soju from the NA side, Kyun as well, Emily and Becca will be here as well, Solo Gasang from Germany. So yeah, it's just a lot of good representation, and I'm kind of looking forward to see how all these sort of top players and streamers can do.
Yeah, it's such a cool mix of like streamers, of top players. Of course, like Kurum and DQA were in the Set 4 World Finals. They did really well there. Yeah, we've got players like Soligasong, who you mentioned, from Germany, who was an analyst for the World's broadcast, but also a really great player and a player that's produced a lot of good like guide content. So someone who really analyzes the game quite a bit. I know Soligasong specifically has a meta document that he tends to keep updated throughout the sets as things get stabilized, and I always have it open on my second monitor while I'm playing because you try to play flexibly and you're like, oh man, what are like the best items on that champ right now? And you got to like reference it. But we've got a lot of great names here. But I would say over the course of the weekend, you've obviously been part of making this game since the very beginning. So seeing it now in this first sort of like fledgling competitive state, like what are you kind of hoping to see over the course of the weekend?
So I mean, for us, obviously, we're hoping to see sort of a wider variety of comps and strategies be able to do well. It's pretty difficult to get that this early in a set's lifetime, but that would be sort of the ideal state, is lots of different shadow items being built, lots of ways people may have not thought to approach the game, and just some ways to like do some counterplay here with all the different traits like Ironclad and Mystic that you can sort of swap in to try to adapt. Hopefully we actually see some really high skill expression. Reckoning in particular is one of the more difficult sets we've ever made, with how many different trait webs there are, all the different items and things like that. So we're really hoping to see, especially in the competitive space, how well that translates to a deeper end game. So
I think one thing I've noticed and one thing a lot of people are talking about as we wait for the first lobby to get rolling here is that there's a lot more flexibility right now in terms of item building. There's obviously, you know, we've got double the amount of items in the game essentially with all the shadow versions. The shadow versions of the items, if you're unfamiliar with that out there, provide an extra benefit, but usually at a cost as well. So they're risky items to go with, but if you find the right champ in the right circumstance, they can do a lot of really, really good things. Risk Thirster is probably my favorite one off the list right now. It's also got the best name, but let's go into our first game. We're on board with Soju himself. And okay, interesting carousel, lots of tiers, lots of gloves, couple bows. What do you think, Mort?
Yeah, so it's funny. This carousel is actually, it's always 3 tiers, 3 gloves, and 3 random. And the 3 random can be anything, including more tiers and gloves. And so what we saw there was definitely quite a few more tiers. But Tears is actually looking to be one of the better starts. Redemption is now a very powerful item in the early game, providing a lot of healing and damage reduction. Blue buff is also kind of popular again. A lot of different carries that can use that. And Soju getting his gold early is always nice, allows him to buy out the early shops, giving him more options. Without Chosen this time, you really have to keep your options open. Wow, hits a 2-star Kha'Zix also.
Wow.
Wow, this is a great start for Soju.
Yeah, it's huge because because there's no chosen mechanic in the game anymore, so you can't reliably hit early 2-stars because of that. So 2-stars hitting them naturally becomes so much more valuable in the early game in set 5 that yeah, I love it when I get my gold early now. I can buy out the shops like you're saying and just give myself a chance to pick up pairs, get those. We saw he did have a chance to hit 10 gold right away, and sometimes getting that interest going early is a nice thing to do too, but it feels like 2-stars are going to be the priority for a lot of players here, and looks like he's got an option for an early Knights front line, and we'll see what he does with the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, like you said, without the Chosen, you really do need to hit some of your early 2-stars, and because everyone's building up their economy, trying to save up gold to reach sort of that 40 or 50 gold point, you don't see a lot of rerolling, so sometimes the early game can feel a little out of your control. Here, he got one of, I think, the most powerful starts right now, which is you only get 2 items, but you get that extra gold, and so now he can already start building up his economy. He'll know he's kind of lacking the damage output, being down 1 item, but that's okay. Could give him the ability to loss streak, could go from there. So he's still really flexible as to what he could play, but he's got to be really happy with this start.
Yeah, I definitely like the gold starts now, especially because of the new armory mechanic in the game. We should talk about that. If you look at the top of the screen, you can see the next round over isn't just a cross swords PvP round. You get the armory at the beginning where you're gonna get to choose between a couple item components, and one of those, is it always at least 1 shadow component in the armory, or does it vary between certain armory rounds?
So Stage 2's armory is always 1 shadow and 1 normal.
Okay.
And you get to pick which one you want. Stage 3 is always 2 normal. And then Stage 4 is always 2 shadow and 2 normal. Oh, wow. Okay. The Hextech Gunblade roll here on the Kha'Zix, keeping it alive. Those big isolation. He almost won the round because of that Thieves' Gloves roll.
I mean, at least it's what you call a good loss, right? Like, only takes a little bit of damage, just 1 from the minion and then 1 from the player, and Shadow Tier. Okay, that's one a lot of people have been liking because you can build into things like Dark Blue buff, which has been pretty popular lately. I really like Spectral Shojins on some characters, but we'll see what he goes with.
Yeah, I gotta say, I actually disagree with one of the plays Soju made here. He slammed his Thieves' Gloves early, which again feels like you're slamming for that early power. But with the armory right here in 2-2, he could have had more flexible options. He could have had a Last Whisper. Instead, is kind of now stuck in this direction with the Thieves' Gloves that now he's going to have for the rest of the game. Again, with the armory coming at the Stage 2 now, you can be a little less slam happy than you were before. And so we'll have to see if that hurts him in the long run, but I feel like it will, getting stuck with this Thieves' Gloves as opposed to some more optimal items for a better carry in the late game.
Yeah, probably want something else a little bit different at this point. But I had the same realization that I'm sure Soju and a lot of other players are right now too, just like a couple days ago, as it looks like this Warwick 2 is really strong early, by the way, but had this realization where it's like, I don't need to slam items after neutral rounds as aggressively because of those armory rounds coming in. You can read it a little bit more, but it's trying to get your brain in that mindset. All right, Lissandra 2 just sitting there in the shop. That's something, I guess.
Yeah,
pretty
so
wide as
Soju's
far as
in one of, I
options
think,
go.
I think Soju's in one of the tougher states right now that you have in the early game, which is that you're hitting a lot of 2-stars, which is great to have these 2-stars, but none of them really match. You don't really have a solid direction here. I mean, he's got 2 Dawnbringer, and that's it. You know, you'd be looking at maybe the set for an early Draconic start, but nothing's really paired, so you're still very wide open. This is just kind of stay alive, reach level 5, level 6, and maybe hit your first 4 costs to determine your direction.
Yeah. There's a couple like early things you can do to make boards like this better. I find that if you can get a Vladimir and get a Renewer going with Lissandra, that can end up being a pretty strong board early. But he is in that awkward spot, and looks like he's going to win this round, but you almost kind of want to keep the loss streak going at this point, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, you're right. 2 Renewer, because it's a % of your health regenerated every second. And in the early game, fights are pretty slow. There's not a lot of damage going around. So you're getting a lot of value out of that Renewer start. Renewer is a very good opener early. And, you know, the trick is transitioning it into that 4 Renewer when you get that Ivern. But, like you said, with the right items, that can be a very high start with a lot of effective health on, like, a tanky Vladimir.
Mm-hmm. I tend to trend towards some of the AP compositions, the magic-based compositions, so I find myself running the Vlad Lissandra a lot in the early game. Over on board with Kyun now as he grabs, I believe that was a Shadow Sword off the carousel. I might have misseen that, but he's also got a Shadow Bow already on his Ashe. Nice to hit that early Ashe. And it looks like he wants to try to find a way possibly to fit Draconic in. Draconic is sort of our space pirate fortune sort of economy sort of centric composition for this particular set in a different way. And there is that Draconic edition. I find it to be very risk reward when it comes to making Draconic work in my games. I've taken a lot of 8s trying to do this more. Like, do you know what the secret is?
There's a couple ways to play Draconic right now. One, you can see he built the Zerat portal. That'll help keep that front line a little stronger so that the Ashe and the Zyra can do enough damage. You can go the AD Ashe version. People have found that AD is actually just good. It's a ranger pumping out high amounts of AD damage. That works out decently. You can also go the AP Zyra version. But the one that's actually been the most popular, people are starting to call it the Zoo, which is you play 3 Abomination, 3 Draconic, and run something like the Zerat portals to buy yourself the time, get lots of stuff going on, and that much effective health will buy you a lot of time here. So Kyun, I do like what he's doing here, though. He's on a 4 loss streak with Draconic. The trick will be he'll need to hit some really good eggs to 2-star this Ashe, 2-star the Zyra, and get something else going. Otherwise, like you said, this is where a lot of people start to maybe fast 8th because they greeted for a few too many eggs.
Yep, and I suppose we should explain, too, with Draconic, what happens with this trait is you get an egg every round, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the eggs can be different in that they can take different amounts of rounds to hatch, and the longer it takes to hatch, the better the rewards will be. So it is risk-reward because the Draconic champs can be a little bit weaker than some of the other ones early on, but getting extra champs out of the eggs, extra item components down the line, I believe, can make your board suddenly get really strong.
Yeah. You can see here, for example, the egg on his bench is very tiny. That is a 1-turn egg, so it's going to hatch the very next turn. Likely to contain an Udyr or a Set, because those are some of the weaker Draconic units. But, again, there's 4 different egg sizes at Draconic 3, and if you can get one of the bigger eggs, you can actually get things like item components. And so there you see like what looks like a 2-turn egg, slightly bigger. And so he'll just be pumping out a little bit of extra gold and utility every turn. And his goal should either be to use that gold to transition quicker than everybody else into like a level 8 comp, or start trying to 3-star some of those 3 costs. Get an early 3-star Udyr can really carry your early game so that you stop losing so much. And then at that point you have such an economic advantage. It actually, you know, more than Space Pirate and anything else, it reminds us of like Bard, where if you can turn it on early, you get a lot of extra economic advantage, XP advantage, and can then transition that into something strong in the late game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It does have a Bard-like component in that it can accelerate you in a couple different ways. Oh, okay, so it Ashe 2, Set 2.
So this is a really key point here because he's got the items on different Ashes here. So he has to figure out what he wants to slam right now before he confirms this. I do think the Shadow Hurricane here is a really good choice Because again, we talked about how AD Ashe was one of the things you can do. Shadow Hurricane gives you 2 bolts that are 50% of your AD, and so that's basically doubling your auto attack output. If he can get 1 more Ranger, this Ashe will be able to spread out a lot of AD damage.
Yeah, the other option he had was that Risk Thirster, which would have been making, or no, it would have been the, yeah, he could have made the Risk Thirster with the the cloak, which it starts you at 66% of your HP instead of full HP, but you do get to heal, and if you get back up to 90% of your HP, you get a big attack speed bonus. So it's risky, but it can pay off in the end. But yeah, I think Runins is just overall a stronger and safer way to go right now. Finds another Ashe there.
Yeah, I really like this play here with the Ginsus. If he can get a Ranger, he'll be in a really good spot here. I imagine that third item actually becomes actually like a Death Blade would probably be what I would go here. And again, he's really looking for 1 more Ranger just to get that 2 Ranger going. But this is one of the ways we've seen the Draconic comp do well, is with basically an AD Ranger Ashe pumping out a lot of damage, while your front line with your 2 stars and like the Zerat are cranking it out. So getting the Shadow Hurricane here, I think, was a really big hit.
And if I recall correctly, too, Set's ability shreds armor, doesn't it, when he hits?
That's correct. It shreds a flat amount of armor. So anything with like 20 armor or 30 armor, your Ashe will end up almost doing true damage.
Yeah, so again, just kind of using that synergy that exists in Draconic to benefit from an AD style of composition. Goes up against KC here. Who's got that Callista in the back. No problem at all. Wrecking him, it looks like. So the Draconic player on the up again.
Yeah, and if you look at the damage now, you can see that Ashe is doing a large amount of physical damage now with this build. So now he's basically getting a new egg every turn and is at an economic advantage over his opponents. So the trick is making sure you transition that into the late game.
Yeah. So we're going to go on board with Uthanara right now. I believe from Turkey. He's got he's got the Lissandra going. I've seen Lissandra be a pretty strong early game carry, but this is looking like it might go in a Karma direction a little bit later. Do you think I'm right on that one?
Karma's definitely one possibility.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Did he build the blue buff? He already built the blue buff. So this is
true.
Screaming Karma. This is Screaming Karma. He's got the Soraka. He's got the Renewer. He's using Renewer to try to stay alive as long as possible. But there's one thing that makes me think that's incorrect here, and that's that he's been re-rolling. He's not level 6 right now. He's got 5 Lissandras. He might be trying to do the Coven 3-star Lissandra build, which can be a very powerful build if you can hit, using Coven to make sure that Lissandra gets a ton of mana, casts very frequently. But being in this low position, it's, again, very risky to do one of these reroll comps where you might just fall off and crash and burn. So
I feel like that comp as well, when I've seen it work in the games I've encountered it on ladder, it relies on also a 3-star Vlad in the front line to just tank a lot and to sustain and give Lissandra a lot of chances to cast as well. And he's pretty far away from that, so it does feel like a reroll comp that might need a bit of adaptation. He's got one Diana in,
usually,
so he's got... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, usually you can get away with it, actually, because you've got the Morgana with, like, a GA, for example, that can buy enough time on the front line for the Lissandra to do a lot. See, there he gets the LeBlanc, and I imagine we're going to see this go in, and I expect to see, he should be targeting it so that, there you go, perfect. Because now what happens is, and this is kind of crazy, but the way Coven works is anytime a Coven casts their spell, 15% of that mana cost goes back into the Coven leader. But since Lissandra is both a Coven and a Coven leader, every time she casts, she essentially refunds 15% of her mana. And so you'll see here, she's going to cast again, and probably a third cast here. And so she kind of becomes this rapid-fire bullet of, spell power. And keep in mind, Lissandra has built-in Dazzler effect, which is the minus AD reduction. So AD comps in particular really struggle with dealing with the amount of damage and AD reduction that's going on with this build.
I did some quick caster math, so forgive me if it's terrible, because it is caster math, but I believe a full round of casting from the Coven refunds about 33 mana, if I'm getting the math correctly, 15% of each of their total mana pools for spell casting. So that does
Yep.
accelerate it a lot, because Lissandra has, I believe, a 50 mana spell.
Yep.
So it's pretty quick
That's
for
correct.
with her. Yeah.
Right,
I'm
and that's
correct.
not
Yeah,
including
cast
the
your
blue
math.
buff. And that's not including the blue buff, which then gives 20 mana also back. And so that's why I said,
Right.
like, if you look at this mana bar, it's like, that was 2 casts already, she's almost back to full, and repeat. And keep in mind, she has the gun blades, so she stays at full.
These
Because
are
the other
really
part of
perfect
Coven...
items. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. The other part of Coven worth noting is that the Coven leader gets plus 60% spell power. So
Yeah.
the base damage on this Lissandra is much higher. And so, yeah, this is looking like the direction he wants to go. He's 2 Lissandras off. But as we've seen with this set, and if you've watched my stream any, you've seen me struggle with this quite a bit. Sometimes you may not just ever see that Lissandra. And so this could turn into, like, a crash and burn where he never sees Lissandra. Or he could get it next turn and from there start leveling up and finding some of the late game utility units like your Volibear, your Ivern, to really protect that Lissandra.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big dangers late game with a comp like this, too, is just simply crowd control. There's no way to stop it from affecting your Lissandra, so you're going to be vulnerable to things like stuns and things, too, which if Lissandra's not casting, your team is basically doing 0 damage. So something to worry about in the late game as we move on to KC Double, our Set 3 World Champion. Glad to see him back at a tournament again. Doing a little bit of a pivot here to get 4 Legionnaire in, and looks like he wants to power up that Draven, possibly.
Yep, this is looking like a pretty solid Draven comp. You've got 4 Legionnaire to give him that 50% attack speed. You've got 3 Forgotten to make sure he gets some extra AD. So this Draven will be pretty strong. Also doing the level 7 roll down, which is starting to become popular, where people try to hit their 4 cost at level 7, which gives them the direction. And so you can see here, he's got some pretty solid direction here. Also just noticed he has a Legionnaire Spat, which should get him to 6 Legionnaire. And so if he can get 6 Legionnaire, that's a big jump from 4 Legionnaire.
Now, the screen froze for me. I don't know if it did for you, too.
Yep, same.
And so we'll figure that out. Looks like we have a little bit of a technical difficulty, but I want to talk about the shadow item that we saw on Draven. There, we saw the shadow RFC, which gives you 1 extra range, I believe, but at the trade-off that if there's any enemies next to you, you don't get that. So right, you get less range, if I remember correctly. Oh no, I'm looking at the other screen.
Yeah,
I
so
told you, I
you're
told Mort
close.
early in the day I didn't want to do that. Yeah, I'm close. Okay,
You're close. You always get the 1 extra range, but
Yeah.
what you get instead is... Gotcha. So RFC normally has 20% attack speed, but with the cursed one, it has 40% attack speed as long as there's no enemies nearby.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And so it's the most aggressive version of RFC, as long as there's no enemies nearby.
We also have the new Bloodthirster being added onto Draven there, and I say new because it still heals you in the auto attack, but it also gives you a shield when you drop to a certain percentage of health too. So this just makes Draven very, very difficult to kill, and as you can see, he's doing a lot of damage. The other thing that RFC does well for Draven is it puts him in a situation where he doesn't need to move a lot. That means, as you can see, he's keeping those axes rolling, and it's really hard to stop him.
Whew.
Peak Draven right there.
Yeah, Draven continues to be very fun to watch with all those axes being juggled. So definitely a champion we're happy to see come back this set. So for KC Double here, the big thing is going to be, can he hit that Draven 2? That's going to be a big thing he's looking for here. And again, he's got that Legionnaire Spat. So there we go. So this is a big upgrade. Right now, 6 Legionnaire and 8 Legionnaire require you to play some slightly less powerful champions. But to compensate for that, 6 Legionnaire is 150% attack speed. It's a very large number. Might be 120. I might have my number wrong. But it's a very large amount of attack speed. So if you watch this Draven, and really every Legionnaire on the team, they're going to be attacking like crazy.
Yeah.
And so you can see right off the bat, look at that Draven already going to town, and that's before Gensu stacks up.
It's
so
insane.
This thing is going to be very strong.
You think about other Legionnaires in this comp as well. Riven will be casting fast. She has a pretty big stun. That's going to give your team more time. And yeah, this is looking like a pretty scary comp that KC Double's been able to put together. I was going to ask you, Draven is, of course, Forgotten Legionnaire. Is the Forgotten a reference to the fact that we haven't seen him since set 1?
No, it definitely wasn't in this case,
okay.
so that's pretty good. The thing this comp's going to struggle with is if there's any ironclads Ironclad is going to be really hard to chew through for this comp. It's a lot of physical damage. Really, only the Yasuo is able to chew through some of those, and he's still running a Yasuo 1. Doesn't have a Last Whisper, so the big thing he's going to be looking out for is actually probably a Darius. Darius' spell with the built-in Armor Shred will be very valuable for this comp, and that is kind of a throwback to the, Darius and Draven working together back in the day when they were both Imperials, so...
Yeah, Imperial. That was a pretty crazy trade back in set 1. I believe it just like doubled the damage, didn't it, for Imperial champions? I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time.
If you had 2 Imperial, it was 1 champ randomly got double damage, and if you had 4, all the Imperials got double damage. So
right. Well, it's good to see Draven come back again. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I like the locket.
Oh, so on the other side here, we see Aegon playing what Soju was claiming he was going to play all tournament, which was the Hurricane Vayne with the Cursed Jeweled Gauntlet. If you look at that damage meter, that Vayne is pumping out so much true damage. It's actually pretty crazy because Vayne only has 20 AD, but the fact that she gets the AD from Forgotten and the true damage critical strikes from the Cursed Jeweled Gauntlet, combined with Hurricane, where she's hitting 3 targets at a time now, that Vayne is outputting a ton of true damage.
Yeah. Well, let's check out Emily Wang's board here. She looks like she's got a little bit of a couple things going on here. Able to get 4 Dawnbringer in now with that Garen added, but wait.
Yeah, so if you look at the things that are doing well on PBE right now, Karma and Aphelios are kind of like the kings of the comps right now. And so here you have a pretty typical Karma with the blue buff. Once you have a Karma with a blue buff, she can start casting her spell very frequently. But kind of lacking some of the healing you'd want to see, like a Gunblade. So the death cap's not bad here, and hopefully the Hodge rolls healing for her. But yeah, you can see once that Karma gets going, rapid fire, and Aegon, who just beat the Legionnaire comp, can't quite chew through all the healing of the 4 Dawnbringer. Dawnbringers, when they get low, they heal up a bit. I believe at 4, it's 50% of their health heals up, and so it kind of creates a lot of health to chew through.
It's interesting to see the items on that Gragas as well. The Shadow Stone Plate doesn't give you defensive stats anymore, but it does heal you every couple seconds. So it heals you more depending on how many enemies are around you. But that Shadow Titans, I feel like that item isn't as great on a tank because it does damage based on the amount of damage you've taken. I suppose tanks can put it to use, but it doesn't give you the same defensive power that it kind of used to. What do you think about that one? Maybe I'm wrong on that one, but I haven't thought about it as much lately.
Typically, it's a very good item early because you're getting a lot of healing with everyone targeting you. But because it is flat healing, it falls off pretty hard. And so basically what you're doing is when you build that item, you're trading some early game power for some late game power. Now,
how about
the
the
thing
Shadow
to call
Titans?
out here is... Oh, yeah, Shadow Titans is very different. Shadow Titans, the more damage you take, the bigger auto attack you get. And so that auto attack can help you kill a key target. You do normally want it on something that can take a lot of damage, and this Gragas doesn't quite have the tankiness to make that happen. So,
now I kind of want to see this on like a... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, 2 big things to call out here is, 1, she hit 6 Dawnbringer, which is a big spike in the amount of healing. And 2, she hit the Garen. Garen's spell shreds 70% of their magic resist, which then allows the Karma to do even more damage. So Garen, really key to powering up Karma for the late game here. But Karma does struggle with some of these lifesteal characters like the Draven here. And so you're going to see that she just can't quite do the burst needed to take down the Draven.
Yeah. And now I'm thinking about what happens if we put that Shadow Titans on a Gragas 3 and power him up. Because his ability makes him take 40% less damage for a while. So theoretically, he could just soak a ton and then deal a huge auto. I don't know. It probably isn't good, but now I'm curious about it.
Oh, I mean, it's good at killing a unit every 4 seconds, so it can be quite valuable, actually. So now we're starting to see, by the way, a pretty solid, transition with the Revenants. This allows Volibear and Ivern to basically revive at 30% of their health, which makes them very valuable. You get Ivern summoning Daisies for extra frontline. Volibear with that massive stun, although right now kind of caught off guard by the Diana.
Right.
So...
Having Invoker in there because of the Ivern also gives Karma her chain casting a little bit quicker.
Ooh.
But, oh, here it is, that Vlad 3 and the Lysandra 3.
Yeah, that Lysandra 3 with 2 chalices touching it, just one-shot the Karma through the Dawnbringer. Whew.
Yep. That's the thing about Dawnbringer, is that, like, it can deal with smaller amounts of sustained damage sometimes, because the healing happens very rapidly, but a big burst like that, yeah, the trait might as well not even be there. Wow, finding a lot of extra karmas. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fun fact about Dawnbringer. Let's say you got hit by a giant Kale 3 for 8,000 damage. Your Dawnbringers will actually live. They survive if their Dawnbringer proc hasn't gone off. They'll live with 1 HP, and then they'll die to the next hit. So they still don't like being necessarily bursted down, but you can survive one initial big hit with Dawnbringer and Nightbringer.
That's really interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. That's very interesting. Oh, well, speaking of interesting, we've also got the Mordekaiser on the other side. This has been one of the champions that everybody's been talking about lately because he gets insanely big, insanely fast. Does go down there, and it looks like the Dawnbringer can handle it, and maybe it's exactly like what you're saying, is we see Unit eliminated in 8th. I feel like that was just a great example of the point that you were just making. Although, no, we swapped over to Aegon, so never mind. It's just a big burst from the Vayne. I'm trying to take it all in, Mort. It's a lot.
Yeah, you saw there the Vayne was doing true damage, critical strikes for 763 true damage on 2 targets at a time.
Jeez.
So again, showing off the power of this Vayne reroll comp, which again, despite the nerfs that have her down to like 20 AD, she's still doing very well. The 6 Forgotten is giving her another 80 AD plus another 80 AP, which is making the true damage scale even more. And then tie it all off, the way Forgotten works is every shadow item you have equipped increases that by 10%. So we'll have to see how many shadow items Aegon has. Let's see here. He's got the Curse Gauntlet and the Cloak. So 2. So that's another 16 AD and AP for the Vayne and all the Forgotten champions. So a lot of offensive power in that trait.
Yeah, not bad at all. Trying to figure out something to add at 8, but I feel like this is a comp that was just tailor-made for Aegon. You know, we know at the end of set 4 he was loving playing the Tristana reroll comps. I feel like this is almost the spiritual successor in a way, but we'll see what he can do with it. Looks like it's the
I like this Redemption
of...
placement, by the way. So Redemption has this new property where anyone near the Redemption champion takes 30% less damage from AoE. And so by putting it near the Vayne, these AoE attacks from Karma will do less damage to the team. Unfortunately, it did walk away, so we didn't quite get the full benefit there. But I still really like that positioning. And ooh, those barely comes out on top. Wow.
Looked like Vayne dodged like one of the agents from the Matrix at the end of that one. But yeah, winning that up to 17 HP, but that'll put him in 3rd for the moment. We're up to our top 6 as Jing goes out in 2nd as well. Aegon manages to find the Rise 2, and that can be a good amount of AoE crowd control as the Rise gets rolling.
Yep. So now we've kind of hit the end game state where everyone's got, sort of their different take on their carry, and you can kind of identify by which carry they've got. So we've got Aegon with Vayne, for example. We've got the Lysandra player from Utenera. So yeah, everyone's kind of got their own spin on who's their carry and who's their tank. So here we have Kyun, who was running that Draconic, and you can see he's got that 3-star Ashe with the Death Blade, like I called out. We've got the 3-star Zyra, and so this is a very strong Draconic build, and that Ashe is going to be able to crank out a ton of damage, but not quite enough with, again, those Vayne true damage hits are just way too strong.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for Kyun because the Vayne was just on the outside of that Zyra spell, and Zyra provides a lot of crowd control across basically the whole map, but Aegon's Vayne managed to dodge it. I think if it would have been hit, that might have been a different result, but I'll have to check back later as Aegon continues to win streak. On board with Kyun now, as we'll watch that Draconic comp for a while, and I feel like this is the comp where I've probably seen the most 3-cost carries out of, because of the Zyra and the Ashe, like we were talking about before. But overall, in set 5 in the PB so far, it seems like it's 1 cost and 4 cost are kind of where the carries are lying right now.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on which comp as you're seeing. We see like the Lysandra and the Vayne. We see the the Draven. the Karma.
Mord.
But here, like you said, we're seeing the 3 costs. And the thing to note here is a lot of people believe that you need 5 Draconic to do well with this comp, but he just got 5 Draconic and has been doing well without it, which kind of shows that there are ways to play this that don't involve high rolling a Heimerdinger at like 4-1 or something like that. You know, he's basically playing a 3 Draconic comp around the AD Ashe, and this AD Ashe is doing a lot of work. And now he's at an interesting point where he's got this extra Nico's help with nothing to really Nico. So, the Zephyr from KC Double here, though, was very nasty.
Yeah, we'll see if it's enough. That Ashe is still going to be pumping out a ton of damage. That said, Mord, all right, does go down. KC Double out. So in the end, it works out. KC Double down in 5th, it looks like. Or no, 6th, actually, as Aegon survives with 1 HP. All right. Yeah, I feel like I've seen... I was saying this on my stream the other day, too, where I felt like a lot of the games I was playing were won by Draconic players, and that kind of feels like it might be the direction Kuhn's going here. He's not out of the woods yet, but this is looking like a potential first.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. Like, there is a way to play Draconic right now that is very good, and you know we might not see him hatch a single golden egg all game, because again he was basically playing 3 Draconic, but he 3-starred all the champions. He has a very powerful AD Ashe. He made sure to run it with 2 Ranger the whole game. And again, the amount of CC between the Zyra and the Ashe arrows, especially at 3-star where they last like 4 seconds, it's a lot. So here we see the Lissandra carry we talked about earlier. It is going to have the anti-AD, which is good if it can hit the Ashe, but it might just be too much damage being level 9 with the Kindred as well. And so the Draconic is looking to be kind of the first place comp here, I think.
It's looking good. I mean, you think about some of the late game synergies you can work into a comp like this too. You've got Verdant, which becomes pretty big, where Taric and Ashe are going to be giving the champions around them crowd control immunity for the first 4 seconds at 2 Verdant.
Yep.
And that's useful against things like we just saw with that Lissandra. If it does jump near where the Ashe is, it's not going to be able to get the chains to really do much with that initial cast.
Yeah.
That said, we got our top 3. Go ahead.
Yeah, this has been a pretty accelerated game. We're already down to 3 people at 6-3. So
yeah,
definitely spiky comps here. But yeah, the important thing to note here with Verdant is he's got the Taric touching the Ashe. Verdant don't apply the shield to themselves unless they're touching a partner. So this way they both get that shield. And you'll see the Diana here. Actually, it's a different board, but like for example, if the Diana jumps on it, that might prevent a key Diana cast. And so really smart positioning to take full advantage of Verdant here.
That's a hope, yeah. Meanwhile, it's all about, can the Vayne go down? Kuhn, looking at maybe this double kill. Yep, all right. Looks like that's it. We got the double kill. And it's going to be Kuhn taken first with Draconic in our first game here of Mortdog Madness Reckoning. Big smile on Kuhn's face there. It's Draconic's been a lot of comps where it's like a lot of people are telling me, and I experienced just a lot of 7s and 8s, but after watching that, I'm like, okay, I was actually probably playing it totally wrong. Kuhn gets it, and he gets the first.
Yeah, like I said, Draconic has been one of the harder comps to pilot. I know in my stream this morning, a lot of people were asking me how to play it. I went the Zyra version, and it didn't quite pan out. But there you see the AD Ashe version, as we called out. And again, he built that Deathblade, he built that Shadow Hurricane. That thing is pumping out a lot of damage. And then he's got the 3-star front line, which takes a long time to get through. A lot of CC. So yeah, showing that Draconic, even just Draconic 3, because that was not a Draconic 5 high roll. That was just Draconic 3 all game. And he did really well with it, showing that power of those eggs and that economic advantage. So nice to see that comp showing the power. And you know, you mentioned it was 1 cost and 4 cost carries. None of those were there. That was a 3 cost carry Draconic game. So interesting start right off the bat to get us kicked off.
Yeah, it was neat as we sort of look back and think about what other strong comps we saw during that. Obviously, Aegon playing his reroll of choice, it looks like, for at least that game, if not this tournament. We'll see, which was the Vayne reroll. Looked really strong with the double Shadow Runins Jeweled Gauntlet, Shadow Jeweled Gauntlet, rather, which lets those Vayne bolts crit true damage. That looked very strong. What else did we see? We saw... It was kind of a lot of those reroll 1 costs, or a couple of them anyway, the Lissandra one and the Vayne one that performed pretty well too. Yeah,
we saw the Lissandra and the Vayne on the 1 cost. We saw the Draven and Aphelios. So, Lobby 2.
Yeah, Lobby 2's not done yet. We got our top 2 here. It's going to be Kurum X certainly sitting in number 1 right now. And yeah, got the Morgana up in the front line. What else do we have going for Nightbringer? We're trying to catch up like you are watching this right now.
So he's got
go
a pretty standard Aphelios going on here. Nice Aphelios carry. He just hit the 2-star Darius, which gives him even more armor shred, although he already has Last Whisper. He's using the Morgana GA Morello on the front line, which can buy a lot of time and do a lot of damage. But, interestingly enough, on the other side, here we see the AP version of the Draconic comp. He's choosing to go the Morello Zyra, rapid CC, and use Morello to burn it down. To be honest, though, looking at that looks a little weaker. My expectation here... so what he's doing right now is... A lot of people are not a fan of this comp. This is the Triple Zerat Abomination. It provides so much effective health that it is very difficult for a lot of people to get through. And you can see, look at all those bugs there.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, that's the thing. Oh, go ahead. It's
it's all you. It's all you.
Remote casting. Can't wait till we're all in person again. But yeah, you end up with like what, six Zerat minions at the end of all of that, and when we think about the strength Aphelios has, you know, he can attack rapidly, and he does hit multiple people, and his ability goes off. But like you mentioned, Mort, it's just so much effective health to chew through that a lot of times a composition like this just simply won't be able to do damage fast enough without being overwhelmed. I want to see this Viego do work, though. I want to see him get back there and try to control the Zyra, but no, he's going to turn around, and I'm watching that Viego for a late-game potential swing here.
Yeah, the thing to call out, by the way, is Solo Gasong has 4 Zerat portals. Like, he didn't just build them on the A-bomb, he also had it on the 3-star set. So again, this is just so much effective health to burn through. And what's smart about this, at least, is that he built the Morello on the Zyra, and he has the Heimerdinger, both of which do that burn. And so there's just not enough damage. He is stalling out the game long enough that unless you just had a massive amount of damage, there's just no way to get through it. And so it's certainly not a popular comp to play against, but it's certainly a powerful comp.
Yeah, I mean, everybody else is out here playing TFT, and Solo Gasong is playing Zerg, it seems like.
Yeah.
Let's get the Zerg rush.
For sure. And again, he's only running 3 Draconic. Choosing to get rid of the Ash, get rid of the Udyr in favor of that Abomination health.
He's getting his Zeeks from
really
the
is
Nexus
a lot
minion
of
as well.
effective health.
It's insane.
Go
ahead.
I was gonna say he got a Nikos here. Hopefully that can get him a bump on maybe like hitting the 2-star Kindred. But really, when I look at this outcome, it's just like it's so hard to come back from this much health being down. So I'm not sure what else he's going to be able to do at this point.
Yeah, I saw a very similar comp in a game that I was in yesterday, and he even got another Zeeks off of the Nexus minion too, so that Zyra is going to be attacking even quicker, and getting more CC in, giving more time for things to happen, so that when those minions pop out, there will be even less on the other side. There's also a set 3, so that's going to be just a lot of armor like taken away, which is again going to help out the minions do a little bit more. But it's a comp a lot of people are... it's a very divisive comp. If you run it, everyone hates you, but I think if you're running it yourself, it's really fun to watch.
Yep. Yeah, if you look between all the Zerat portals, the daisies, there is just so much health to chew through. So it looks like Solo Gasang is going to use that strategy and end up with the first place in Lobby 2.
I mean, and that's cool because right there, you know, we saw Draconic comps win both lobbies, but in different ways, which is in my opinion a good sign going into the set too. Is that not only do we see a variety of compositions performing well, obviously Aphelios is a comp that is good right now, but we didn't see that be one of the top comps in our other lobby. But variety, you know, you love to see it this early on, and it's encouraging to see so many things work well in the PvE right now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Dev had on for a second. You know, there's a few things maybe about that game where like, I don't know if that's quite okay.
You don't like that
again,
many Zerat minions?
This is a tournament. You know, but this is a tournament. Everyone's here to win. This isn't, you know, play against some weird house rules. This is play to win. And so props to Solo Gasang for using a very powerful trait in a very powerful way, making that zoo comp and, you know, using that to win. That's the point of today. Win at all costs. So props to him for that.
Indeed, it's that tournament mentality. Let's take a look at the top comp from our first lobby that we looked at, and this was, of course, another Draconic comp. This was a 5 Draconic comp, but it was the 5th was added later on. The big story here is the Ashe, of course, doing so much damage, synergizing so well with the armor shred that Set gives you. Strong comp.
Yeah, the nice thing to call out here is because you have a 3-star Ashe, your health is pretty high, and using the Shadow Deathblade as opposed to the normal Deathblade, you lose 20% of your health, but gain 50% more damage with the extra AD from that Shadow Deathblade. So I thought that was a really key itemization that gave him enough extra offensive power to win some of these lobbies. The other call out here is Revenant, using that with the Volibear. You're pretty much guaranteed to get a cast off, and that amount of AoE CC combined with the Zyra, combined with the Daisy stuns, can do a lot of power.
It definitely can, and it definitely did. Let's take a look at our scores. With 1 game down, 1 out of 5 games so far, we've got 2 lobbies going on the same time as you have noticed, but it's going to be Kyun and Sologasong taking the first places in each of their lobbies. Soju and Kurum X pretty close behind. And you go on from there. Just a lot of big names here. So, of course, this is all going to change over the course of the day. But other players that I'm really curious about watching at some point today are players like Grandvice, who always have a very flexible approach to the meta, just building a strong board a lot of times. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see them in a soon game. But as you can see, here's our score so far, Mort. Any surprises jump out at you?
Nothing I would call surprising. You know, it's hard to make any assessments off of a single game. Certainly, Kyun and Solo have to be really happy with their starts. Kurimex and Soju as well. Sean's has got to be really happy. You know, but again, it's 1 game. You know, people might be getting a feel for it. You've still got 4 more games to go. Nothing really to start panicking or making conclusions about off of 1 game. Certainly, with this scoring system, you do want to avoid those bottom 4s. Those can cost you a lot of points. But again, it's only 1. I expect, you know, next game these are all going to get shuffled around pretty handily. So, you know, we'll see how it all goes, but nothing too crazy to dive to right now.
I mean, I think the main benefit that all these players and a lot of us at home are getting out of this is just seeing what's working, seeing what's strong, and obviously there will be more tweaks to the PvE, I would imagine, before the game, you know, goes live. This can kind of give us all a heads up as far as like what we might want to be playing going to ladder to try to rank up. So I love that we're sort of getting this like test case in a tournament scenario to see kind of what's working, what's not, when we have such a high-level players trying it out.
Yeah, I think that's all true, and I think the other thing is that, again, we've seen plenty of tournaments that test players when they know everything. This is a tournament that really tests how well you've learned in a quick amount of time, which I think is a very different skill set. It is an important one of TFT. We often see, you know, the people who win the race to Challenger, for example, are very different players than the people who top the ladder. Because the race to Challenger often requires innovation, understanding the meta quicker than everyone else, whereas the top of the ladder is sort of like learning how to refine and repeat something that someone else came up with. So hopefully today we see some more of the innovation side of things rewarded a bit, which is why I think it's kind of an interesting tournament for me to see a different side of the TFT skill set.
Yeah, it's got to be fascinating from the developer side too, and we talked about this a little bit on Teamfight Talk Show last week as well. But I'll ask the same question as we get into our second game of the day on board with Becca as she grabs an item out of the carousel, ends up with a bow, it looks like. But as a developer of the game, do you feel like you've seen things change a lot between some of your internal tests to what people have come up with on the PvE? Is there a pretty big shift there usually?
There is a bit of a shift because, especially, we don't actually play that many internal games compared to like what happens on day 1 of PvE. So there's only so much we can really call and see. But you know, very quickly people find some strategies that we weren't expecting, and I'll say like the one we certainly didn't predict quite, you know, as well as we should have was the Zerat A-bomb. You know, that took off pretty quickly and has been a very dominant comp that, you know, we didn't quite predict. But it's also kind of the fun, right? Is like with all these different shadow items and traits, what's the clever thing? And there's probably more. For example, we're starting to see a rise of dark blue comps, whether it be dark blue LeBlanc, dark blue Rise. You know, are there going to be more shadow item builds we haven't thought of yet that people are figuring out? And I think the answer is yes. And so it'll be fun as that journey continues.
I mean, I've played competitive card games for many, many, many years, and one of the fun things about that is you always know there's going to be something crazy that they couldn't have anticipated that players out there are going to find, and then you'll get to kind of play through. And I feel like this set, more than any of the other ones we've seen in TFT so far, kind of has that feeling because of just the sheer amount of items and combination and interactions with traits and mana pools and things like that. So it's one of the fun parts about PvE, like you mentioned, is that we get to see that stuff being discovered. And while some of it should definitely get weeded out before live, for all our sakes, it's fun to get to see it happen for now, Pretty good item start for Becca, though.
Good item start, but sort of a bad gold start. She got a Lux and a Lulu out of the boxes, which is nice to get 3 costs, but Lux and Lulu are just so supportive. They're not going to win you any fights early, as opposed to like a Yasuo or a Riven or a Nidalee. And so it kind of now is stuck in the situation with some pretty weak 1 costs, has not 2-starred anything. This is one of the really difficult starts to deal with early on. So,
yeah, she still puts together a pretty decent board trait-wise, getting the attack and spell damage buff from Forgotten, and also just a little bit more HP from Brawlers. So we'll see what she can do with it. Bow onto the Vayne. And then we have the GA onto the Warwick. And he's going to be kind of the main carry here, honestly, because he has a lot of sustain anyway from the healing from his ability. And then be able to come back and then theoretically do it again. That's going to give the Victor the Vayne a lot of time. Yep.
There's the resets. And yeah, props to Becca here for like taking what looked like a really bad situation and turning it into the best possible situation for what she had. So totally agree that of all the choices there, that was the best call. Does get 2 Heckrams in her shop, so we could be looking at a Forgotten game, but nope, instead choosing to get the Morgana, which is smart with the GA. Typically Morgana does really well with a GA and a Morello. She also has the Lissandra, so if she can get a LeBlanc, we're looking at a Coven start here, which can do very well.
Sells the Lissandras, though. Oh, all right.
Interesting.
So not thinking Coven. Yeah, definitely thinking more on the Forgotten side of things, it looks like. Vayne can be like a good item holder for a Draven or something. Yeah.
Yeah. This could, use Vayne until you find a Draven kind of thing. Do a straightforward Forgotten comp. Ooh. On the other side, Solo Gasang hits the 3 Draconic early again.
Wow.
So he's got to be enjoying that, and has a Zerat portal. We could be looking at a repeat of what Solo Gasang did last game. The Shadow Zerat, by the way, when it explodes, does 600 true damage to everyone nearby. Early game, that is very powerful. Can usually, almost one-shot a lot of early frontliners that are 1-star. So really strong item to build early, regardless of A-bomb or not.
Yeah, definitely. It's Becca was kind of saved, I think, only by the Guardian Angel on the other side, just keeping her front line, there long enough for Vayne and Victor to do the damage. So making some more swaps, but I agree. I feel like she's found some pretty stable stuff already, but continues to kind of change things up a little bit. Adds the Lee Sin in, which, I guess gives her a little bit more time. It's all about giving that Vayne time right now, it feels like, but we'll see if she can keep this win streak going.
Yeah, this I feel like was a pretty big downgrade. Losing the extra 30 AD on your Vayne. We talked about how Vayne only has 20 AD right now. So you can see this Vayne is kind of just tickling very slowly. So I feel like this was a pretty big downgrade. It did give her 2 Nightbringer, but the Nightbringers aren't going to do enough damage to really carry this comp. And so in this case, I do think this was a bit of a misplay here. Having the Vayne literally lose, almost 120% extra AD. Oof.
It definitely hurts, yeah. And then you've got a Vlad too on the other side, the Soraka, of course, slowing everything down. So, yep, that's going to be win streak done right before Carousel. And we'll see where Becca goes from here.
The thing to call out, though, in this lobby is that no one is win streaking. So it's still a pretty divisive lobby.
It's true. We've just got Grand Vice, it looks like, at number 1 with 98 HP, but everyone's taken a hit so far. And, I think we just see a lot of that right now because it's, even if you do find something strong early, I'm right with Becca where it's hard to fight the temptation to make changes, right? Because part of your brain wants to win streak, but another part of it wants to just experiment and see what's working, get prepped for the ladder. And that's what a lot of this is too. So I'll Although, you know, we could talk about the downgrades. I've definitely done the same thing many times so far this week.
Yep. At some point, I'll want to check in with Karam TFT PBE, which I believe is I'm So Fresh. They did get a Shadow Spatula off the carousel. Shadow Spatulas continue to be kind of rare, but also can create that Force of Darkness, which can be a massive, risky power spike. So I'll be curious to see how that ends up playing out.
Yeah, the Force of Darkness, for those of you who aren't aware, is a shadow version of the Force of Nature. Force of Nature, of course, gives you that extra spot on your bench to put an extra unit in. The Shadow one gives you 2 extra spots, but you take 100% more damage if you lose the round. So it can be definitely, I would say, the most risky of risky propositions to try it. But you can also go on a huge win streak if you put together a strong comp.
Yep. Now, what's interesting is Solo Gasang definitely high-rolled the early 3 Draconic, and definitely was looking to sort of repeat the same strategy from last game. But you can kind of see so far it's not working out nearly as well. Doesn't have the Abomination, doesn't quite have the right items, and so it's kind of sitting at 76 health, so he's going to need to turn it around. But getting this 2-star Zyra is at least something. But again, no Shojin, no Morello, no Ashe. So this is where Draconic comps can really start to falter pretty badly. If you're trying to chase it when you don't have the right things to supplement it.
Yeah. We'll see what he ends up doing. You could turn it around, and I guess you're okay. Lost streaking into Krugs at least. Going up against Grand Vice, I believe, here. Yeah.
Watch this explosion. This is going to hurt.
Whoa.
Oh.
It did a lot, but is it enough to take down the Udyr? Not quite. It looks like, well, Zyra does get the stun, but nah, it's going to be a loss for Solo Gasang. Yeah.
Look at that. 2275 all from the Zerat portal.
Yep, and then you think about those coming back. If you move it over to an Abomination champion later, that gets to be a lot of true damage explosions throughout the course of a round. Kind of terrifying.
Yeah, skirmishers in particular end up pretty vulnerable to stuff like that, or the Morgana, because they all are so melee based and they group up. So it can be a pretty big weakness of trying to play that skirmisher comp.
Onto the Krugs. As Solo Gasang waits for another couple eggs to hatch. Looks like he's going to have one next round and then one the round after. I think that's a 1 and a 2. If I'm getting better at looking at what size eggs are.
Yep, that is a 1 and a 2 for sure.
Let's see what the Krugs
Funny, we're going to see the explosion here.
Yep.
Here it goes.
Can it take out both Krugs at once? Ooh, not quite. All right. Couldn't remember how many HP the Krugs had, but that works.
Yeah, I think it's.
There's nothing more embarrassing
so.
than. Oh, okay, I see. There's nothing more embarrassing than losing to Krugs, so you don't want to have that happen.
Certainly not.
Set 2, that helps.
Now, the nice thing for Solo Gasang here is that they do have, they perfect loss streaked all the way here. So they do have a ton of gold combined with the extra economy from all the Draconic units. So they're in a very good economic position. But again, I look at these items and I'm very worried. So,
yeah. We'll check back in with Solo Gasang later, our first lobby winner, but struggling a bit in the second one. On board now with I'm So Fresh. And what's he going to do here? I've seen LeBlanc 3 builds do pretty well. What do you think of those? I don't know if it's going to become standard, but I've seen good results.
I mean, certainly the Shadow blue buff version that's out there right now is pretty insane, if you can pull that one off. The other interesting thing here, and I don't think you risk it because you kind of want the tier for that Shadow blue buff just in case. But again, he's got that Shadow Spatula, and he has a tier which can be made into a Coven. Like, he could hit 3 Coven right now, which opens up some really unique possibilities. But if he truly is trying to go LeBlanc carry, you kind of want that Shadow blue buff. So, yeah, you can even see him right-clicking here. A lot of people still trying to really figure out how the Shadow Spatula items work. Because again, they're pretty rare to get. So,
yeah, just a lot of memorization in general. A lot of people have been playing PvE all week, but you still have to look it up every once in a while. So I was like, what does that Shadow item do again? What are the exact numbers on that? Because it does matter. Puts in the Soraka, gets himself 2.
Honestly,
let's see.
When I look at this board, I'm seeing a Karma build. You've got close to the blue buff. You've got the Jeweled Gauntlet. You're probably going to build a Gunblade with one of those rods because he's not actually he's got the Gunblade, so he could build the Gunblade right now. Rolling down for I think a 2-star LeBlanc and not hitting it, that feels familiar. So
Yeah, seriously. He has that Mordekaiser as well. And like whenever I hit a really early Mordekaiser, I'm like, all right, you're going in and you're going to carry. Because honestly, put any item you want on that early Mordekaiser, and I feel like he's going to be strong for a few rounds. So it can be kind of one of those bridge carries if you end up not going with it long term. So I wonder if he's going to put that in at some point. He's got a couple Legionnaires. He's got the Yasuo in there. Or on the bench, anyway.
Yeah. Now, he slammed a Shojin here. I really disagree with that play here. It feels like he's a little bit sort of, I need to slam items, I need to get this going. But by slamming that, now he's out of options. Like, he can't go the Shadow blue buff or blue buff versions. He can't go the Coven Spatula. All for a Shojin? I'm not sure that was particularly worth. So
Totally
we'll have
agree.
to see. Maybe he's got something else in mind. He could be looking at a Vel'Koz. Actually, that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing a Vel'Koz transition. He's going to go Shojin, Jeweled Gauntlet, Gunblade. The hard part here is that Shadow Spatula won't be as useful at that point because it doesn't make Redeem Spat. If he's... Oh, wow. Okay, now he's...
What? All right. No, I know what you mean, Mort, because like you were looking at the board he was putting together, what's on his bench. You've got some Redeem stuff there. So Redeem Lightbringer are Vel'Koz's traits. And he had the components to make a good Vel'Koz, but now it's a little bit just kind of generic AP. And there's a lot of good generic AP items on them, but you do need to, in a lot of cases, be a little bit more focused as far as like what you build around what carry you've got in mind. But it's kind of overwhelming at this point in the PvE life cycle. Thinking about a lot of things right now, I'm sure, is I'm so fresh.
Yeah, and, you know, part of the thing with this set, at least what we've seen on PvE so far, is that like having that end game carry with kind of like close to good items is what you're really hoping for. And again, here with the Shojin, I'm not quite sure what we're going for, so we'll have to see what he transitions that to. Definitely trying to use the LeBlanc to preserve some health at least, which is nice, but also kind of floundering. And the thing is, with the Mordekaiser, typically with a Mordekaiser, you're going to want at least 1 or 2 tanky items as opposed to less AP. And so right now he doesn't really have any of those tanky items. Now, there is some weirdness here where maybe he goes like Cavalier Spatula and creates like a Cavalier Mordekaiser that could be really tanky.
I want to see that so bad, actually. I want to see Mordekaiser just truck across the arena and hit somebody. It's, you know, the funny thing is I feel like Mordekaiser is one of those units in the right circumstances can use almost anything. You know, again, like I'm not the greatest TFT player in the world, but from my perspective here, I won a game with Mord yesterday where I had full AP on him and it was using the Shadow Archdemon Staff to just give him higher HP and higher shields in a Coven, and it worked. It was weird, but you can find a lot of weird ways to make item combinations work on Mord, I think, right now.
Yeah, so Cavalier Spatula is secretly one of the really good spatulas. Because what it does is you can have up to like 70% damage reduction on an already tanky champion like, say, a Taric. That can make it extremely tanky and hard to kill and get a lot of casts. Because typically Cavalier is a very powerful trait with not so great champions. You know, you're stuck with a 1-cost Kled, a 2-cost Sejuani, a 2-cost Hecarim. Being able to turn a Cavalier into, like, you know, it could be a Jax, it could be a Taric, something that, you know, is a little more endgame focused, even like a Volibear, you end up with probably the best tank in the game. The question is going to be, what do you back it up with here? And he's got, again, those good AP items. It's just a question of which character is going to be the end game AP holder for these items to go with that Cavalier frontline.
I'm 100% on board the Cavalier Mordekaiser hype train. Like, throw that Jewel Gauntlet on him. It's going to be just absolutely blowing people up. And I think people forget, too, the amount of utility that Rel provides specifically with her ability, with a little bit of crowd control and a little bit of defenses for your team as well. So it's, if you position, I think Rel positioning is something that could be a lot better right now in all the games I've seen, because when she's positioned well between your carry and her, and you get the right amount of enemies at the right place between her, she can really change fights.
Yeah, the big thing with Rel is the way you can use her with assassins. Because if you can get to make sure that she targets one of your assassins on the back line, you can actually stun the entire team, and that's another really powerful Sejuani-like stun. So
yeah, Rel, I think, is like, she's like under the radar, one of the strongest units in the set right now. As soon as people figure out how to position her better, she's going to be really, really big. But moving on to Kurim's board here, as Kurim's going a little bit Nightbringer here for the moment.
Yeah, so we're at an interesting spot here because, again, right now we're seeing the 4-1 transition be another really key point for a lot of people. So we'll have to see what everyone can hit. Expect to see boards kind of transition into those endgame 4-cost carries that people hit on their roll down. At least if it plays out like we saw last lobby, which was pretty aggressive, we'll see some big changes here. So let's see what he hits. He goes with the Morgana, which again we talked about the GA Morello being really strong. Not rolling though. This is fascinating if he decides to go with this.
I know a lot of players have been trying to find ways to go level 8 as quickly and as safely as possible, just because of that emphasis on 4-cost carries. If you can get to 8 faster, you can start to build those a little bit quicker. That said, this board could really use a Morgana too right now, so I'm with you. I'm a little bit surprised that it's not being rolled for at least a little bit right now. But maybe he just thinks it's going to be strong enough. You've got 4 Nightbringer, you've got good items on Morgana. He might not be wrong there.
Yeah, and by the way, we see Solo has kind of taken off here. He's level 7, 50 gold, has the double Zerat thing going again. So certainly in a very powerful position. Solo looking to kind of do the run back of the exact same strategy he did last game. So that's got to feel good. But yeah, you kind of mentioned it there, and I think that's one of the fun things about the set so far, is it's like, what is the right play style, right? Is it fast 8? Is it roll at 7? Is it play early game to try to punish? We're still trying to figure that out because it's been 7 months since, we had Chosen before, and now we're back to not having Chosen. So what is the best way to play? And that's, I think it's going to take some time for people to figure it out, but once they do, we'll see a lot of different ways. And some regions have never agreed on this, right? We've seen Korea usually play the more aggressive comp, China play the greedy high roll comp. So that's the other fun aspect here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw Adel Jaywalking, who won the Set 4 championship, do a lot of like level 6s on 3-1, and go to level 7 on like 3-5 and stuff, and do this very aggressive leveling whenever he knew he needed to get that little bump in power to keep his win streak going or to maintain his HP. But it seems like in a lot of cases when there's a big change, like either a new set or a big patch or something like that, people tend to default to either the play a strong board, go to level 8 and find strong stuff late game, or re-roll strong level 1s and maintain your HP that way. It feels like those two styles kind of tend to be what people fall back to, and then as time goes on, they kind of figure out other alternatives.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think, like you said, it's level 8 or re-roll, and then eventually people will figure out, hey, rolling down on 7 is okay. You do it to preserve health because things are getting aggressive. Even some roll downs on 6 as some of the 3-cost carries become more known and more, able to play around. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm So Fresh, by the way, we looked on earlier, sitting at 24 health, seems to be struggling a bit.
Yeah, it's not looking great at the moment. He did just hit the Rel 2, so maybe that's something, or it was a Mord 2 actually that he hit. So maybe that'll help out. I think again, in my opinion, Mordekaiser is one of the strongest units in the set right now. So building around a Mord is never a bad way to go. So we'll see if he can kind of stabilize a bit. Looking at Kurim's board again,
I would certainly love to see the Cavalier Mordekaiser, just because I haven't seen the Cavalier Mordekaiser yet. It's not one I've been able to try. It goes with Redeemed Mordekaiser, and is using a Syndra carry. Okay.
I mean, in a lot of cases, Mordekaiser ends up being the last person alive on your board, so he'll get the most benefit from Redeemed, but you also want something that lets him cast fairly quickly as well, just because that's when he's going to be doing the damage. So we'll see how this works. I do really love Syndra carry in general. I've been playing a lot of it, and it's a lot of crowd control. It's a lot of burst damage with things like the Jewel Gauntlet Deathcap, and it works there. So that's interesting. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to carry him to a top 2 or 3, but maybe he can sneak in a sneaky top 4, or maybe top 6 with it.
Yeah, certainly the fact that Mordekaiser wants both the AP and the armor and MR certainly makes Redeemed a pretty good spatula there for sure. I would be tempted in that case to actually do Cavalier and Redeemed, but again, maybe I'm just biased and really want to see Mordekaiser on an invisible horse. So
I'm gonna find a way to build that. Like you said, it's tough to find that shadow spatula sometimes, but I suppose you can combine a regular spatula with a shadow item and get that way too. But I want to do that now. Cavalier Mord is my new goal for when I jump on PvE later. I need to try it. 6 Dawnbringer for DQA. So he's going to be having a team that's very resilient to damage coming in early. It's going to be healing really fast. Goes on to 5, actually, to fit the Taric in. Oh, never mind. It's back in there again. I didn't see he had the spatula item. So interesting. Dawnbringer Nocturne. That's interesting to consider.
Yeah, I think he's using it as an item holder for some of those better late game revenants. But I mean, really, what we're looking at here is it's a karma comp. You know, you got your blue buff, Shadow Death Cap, which makes it do a ton of damage. This is a karma comp. The 6 Dawnbringer giving you a ton of extra damage because every time... The way Dawnbringer works is every time one of your allies proc their heal, your team gets an extra 10% damage. And so with 6 Dawnbringer, that can be upwards of 60% damage if everyone has procced their heal. They're sort of the team comp that works together, as opposed to Nightbringer, where everyone gets their damage when their shield procs, very solo, very separate. Kind of the thematic of how good works together versus evil are kind of a bunch of villains working by themselves.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, that's cool. I really like the theme of these sets as well, right down to the God Kings having favorite enemies and things like that. I want to talk a bit about this Nocturne, though. It's like you said, not exactly a comp revolving around the Nocturne, but I've been trying a lot of Nocturne carry assassin builds out, like a Brawler, Assassin, Revenant, and there might be something there. It's set, you know, Nocturne is back in his set 2 form, and he can be a strong carry. And if we're talking about 3-cost carries, which have been a little bit neglected so far as testing goes, I think he's one to definitely take a look at.
Yeah, you can see Sean's actually trying to run a more typical assassin build, but you know, doesn't really have the perfect items to keep that Nocturne alive, doesn't have the Revenant to have it go again, and again, just kind of failing to the power of this incredibly fragile Karma. If he could get an assassin on the Karma, he could win that fight, but unfortunately he didn't, and so he ends up taking a ton of damage, putting him down to 8th place, so...
Right. That's kind of the big Achilles heel for the Karma build. In this case, is with no defensive item, you're kind of defenseless, as it were. Invoker is going to help Karma get to that point a little bit quicker, maybe, without doing all the math with that. We'll see what he finds.
So the thing to note about Invoker, too, is that a lot of people, you know, they look at like, okay, I'm playing Karma, I should get Invoker. But they forget that Invoker is a team-wide buff. Everyone on the team is gaining that extra mana per auto attack. And so that can lead to your entire team, not just the Invokers, doing a lot more spell casts if you've got some key spell casts you're looking for.
All right. Finds a Kale. That's been a pretty popular late game carry, although in this comp it's a little bit trickier to make it work, although it is verdant, so it can pair well with the Redeemed, or with the Taric, rather. Finds a Taric too. So, you can see he's really thinking about this Kale. You don't really have the items for it, but, you know, it is verdant, so you can use it to protect your Karma a little bit more, and you know, Kale will do a little bit of damage at least, so might as well throw it in.
Yeah, for sure. The other play that I'm not seeing happen here that I kind of disagree with is he's still playing the Syndra for 2 Invoker, but not the Teemo. He's got a Teemo in shop, which he could just pay 6 health for. He's in first. And that Teemo provides a massive attack speed slow. Teemo has been a little underperforming on PBE, but this is one of those cases where it looks pretty clear to me that you should be playing that Teemo. So a little surprised to not see that be put in.
Yeah, I'd agree. He's not like a huge carry or anything like that at the moment. I mean, he does do decent damage with items, but like you said, the big thing is that attack speed slow, which... you know, because of the prevalence of, you know, Aphelios comps, of, you know, Draven comps, it's not a bad debuff to put on the other team. Let's move over and check out Solus's board, though. Trying those assassins, going with Forgotten, and you do have 2 Forgotten assassins in Katarina and Viego a little bit later. So there is a reason for doing this. I trend towards, I guess, like a Brawler Revenant assassin builds, focusing around the Nocturne a bit more. But I'm glad he's playing this because there's a lot more testing to be done, and I'm really curious about how this version will do it. I think it could do really well once he gets a Viego in.
So assassins have actually been doing really well. People have started to figure out how to play them. I think what Solus is doing here, though, is very smart. We already saw that Sean's is also playing assassins. And you notice Solus is sitting on 71 gold. He's waiting for Sean's to get taken out. As soon as Sean's gets taken out, and you can see first thing he does is scout Sean's. He's looking for that. Once he gets that kill, you're going to see a roll down, and he's going to try to hit that Katarina 3 now that all those assassins are back in the pool. So Solus, props to that play here. Smartly scouting, seeing his opponents. And so let's see this big roll down, because again, he's going for Katarina 3. That is his entire goal.
This is so cool. He's pretty close to the Hecarim 3 as well, so just a little bit of a assassin reroll here. So they're Hecarim, see if you can find it. LeBlanc, obviously, the more LeBlancs you can have, the better it'll be. As far as that higher star level goes. Katarina, though,
Katarina
is
in particular,
2 away.
yeah, Katarina in particular, people had some trouble figuring out how to play, but Katarina 3 is where I think people look and go, no, this is really good. Now, unfortunately, you can see he's still 2 Katarina short, and he's only got about 2 rounds left. To be honest, I think he should be rolling down here. He really needs to make sure that he hits this before he dies. So, but you can see that Katarina with blue buff IE is just doing a lot of damage.
Yeah. I guess right now it's kind of a matter of, well, I'm going into Carousel. I'm not going to die this round, so I might as well just give myself a little bit more interest to maybe get that roll down and ensure it. And we'll see. I love Diana's crowd control as well in this comp. Yep. If he casts.
If Mordekaiser casts, he lose. Yep. So.
Yep.
Because despite all that, that redemption or redeemed Mordekaiser just has so much AP, armor, and MR at that point that assassins can't really take it out. There is a Nocturne. So...
There is also a Katarina. So I wonder if he just grabs that to give himself the best chance.
Oh, he absolutely takes that. Because then when he makes the 3-star, he puts the item on Nocturne.
Right.
Or I guess in this case, Diana. Since he sold the Nocturne.
Yeah, I guess he put on Diana in this particular situation. We did see another player using Nocturne earlier, so it's tougher to get that one. And he had the chance to build 2-star earlier, but does he find the Katarina 3? He's got a good amount of gold to roll down and find it. Let's see if he does.
There we go.
Not like this. Come on.
I know. Fingers are crossed, but this has been the pain point of the set so far.
Oh, no. Come on. Oh, there we go.
There's a
Hecarim 3? All right. Oh, not like this.
No.
Sell the rel.
And now he's stuck with an item in the wrong spot. This is going to be a feels bad for sure.
I think... Oh, all right. Well, okay. So to be fair, he's got at least one more life, right? He shouldn't lose... If he loses this round, he won't be dead.
Whew.
That Hecarim,
Kale exploded.
Yeah.
The thing is, honestly, I think he still loses this to the Garen.
You may be right, yeah, because of the MR shred definitely helps a lot, and also that Garen is just insanely tanky right now with those items. Yep. And he's got the GA. Yep. That said, I'm curious how this Hecarim's gonna do, because there's a lot of healing and a lot of
3.
Yeah. With the Bramble Vest.
Oh, this might be a draw. No, he's got this. He's got it.
Close. Gotta find that Katarina 3, though. Gotta roll. Buying a couple extra 3 costs just to give yourself that little tiny extra chance.
Oh, this is a feels bad.
Oh,
it's in the shop and he can't afford it. You gotta sell Sejuani for this. You gotta.
There's no
sell
choice.
Sejuani, buy Warwick.
Yep. All right. Well.
Better than not hit it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It hurts to not have that Cavalier buff for Hecarim, but you got to get the Katarina 3. Now the question is it going to be enough? That is a strong-looking Jax on the other side.
Now, Katarina 3 is a lot stronger than Katarina 2. The damage ends up being really high, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
I mean, if she can teleport... Oh, wow.
Oh, that was close. That was real close.
The Katarina gets herself out of trouble so well, too, because she... flies over to wherever the dagger lands, you know? So she kind of has this innate survivability in there, and that she's moving away from whatever's going to be trying to kill her in most cases. That was still a close round, though. That was not an easy win.
So I feel like Solo Gasong is going to quickly become the villain of this tournament. But Solo Gasong is now win streaking, and we know what he's playing. It's definitely not a popular comp with people right now. So... definitely Solo Gasong is proving that it's quite good, though.
GVA, look at these Kennen items. I love it. It's almost Kennen from set 4 with the Morellonomicon, the GA, The defensive item in the Frozen Heart is decent because you're going to be going through the team with it. You're going to be slowing down attack speed anyway. And this Kennen just provides so much crowd control that I really like this comp overall, because you got Kennen doing that, but then you also have Jax, and Jax can become nigh unstoppable if he manages to live long enough. And with the Shadow Hand of Justice, if he continues to kill enemies on the other side, he'll be turning those buffs on and off, and hopefully getting survivability with that. I guess you're guaranteed to get it half the time. But
yeah, what I like about the Kennen here, by the way, is a lot of people have been favoring the Shadow Morellos on Kennen 2. But if you can get Kennen 3, like you did in this case, you don't want to give up all the extra damage, so normal Morello is much better here, because Kennen 3 does a pretty sizable amount of damage. Oh, kind of a bad bounce, though. Doesn't hit the Vel'Koz there. Hit it the second time, but it might be too late.
Yeah, now there's a Jax on the other side too, and this one's a little bit tankier. And I think in general, you want the Jaxes to be a bit more tanky. As a GV8 out in 6th place, it looks like with that one.
Just enough to kill him.
That round. Yeah, exact damage down to 0 HP. Sologasong on the other side though. We'll see. I love the Volibear dance, by the way. I've not noticed that until this moment. Yep, the villain of the tournament.
DQA doing really well with his Karma build. Sologasong hatching those eggs, hitting level 9. And again, we see this time Zyra carry. So basically, literally running it back with the exact same build he had last game. At this point, I think it's going to be, power up that Heimerdinger, try to get Heimerdinger 2. And yeah, I mean, is it going to be repeat already? If so, are we going to see people starting to covet those Zerat items? We'll have to see.
Maybe. Got the blue buff and the redemption on the Kindred, which I do like because it gives a lot more survivability to your Zyra when the Kindred ult casts faster. Also, you negate some AoE damage with the new way redemption works. That's pretty good against this Vel'Koz.
So I don't know if you noticed, but that Lux literally lost 98% of her health from the first Zyra ult that basically instant cast.
I didn't see that, but I can imagine. Meanwhile,
and
more
again,
Zerats.
Wait, Kale? Oh, the stun, though.
If it was a 2-star Kale, that might have been different, but in the end, it's going to be I'm So Fresh getting knocked out right there in 5th place, or no, 4th place, actually, as Kurum goes out same round with 2 less HP at the end of the day, so he's going to go out in 5th. So we got our top 3, Becca, DQA, and Sologasong. All right.
Yep. After that start, Becca's got to be pretty happy with this performance coming back. I'm actually not even sure what she's running. I know DQA is running the Karma comp, and here we have the Zerat A-Bomb Draconic. Yeah, I'm curious what she's running.
Well, we'll see who he matches up. Okay, matches up against Becca. Yep. And Aphelios with the Risk Thirster, too.
Yep.
All right.
Ooh.
Yeah, going to be strong, but that's a lot of HP to chew through on the other side. It's going to be a little bit tough. But the Aphelios getting to free cast for a while here. Or free fire,
I think
anyway.
The combination of CC and stuff, I expect that Sologasong wins this, but we'll see.
You'd think so. I mean, again, it's Aphelios versus all of those Zerat minions, and yeah, it's a mosh pit.
That Zoo comp looking way too strong.
Yep. He likes to walk with the animals, talk with the animals. What can you say?
Yeah, and so again, at this point, I think anyone who's played against Sologasong in this lobby knows that this Zoo comp is looking really strong. So again, the question becomes, how do you play around it? What do you do about it? Do you start grabbing the belts and the bows? Do you start looking for other options? So...
Just a casual Garen 2 on your bench, nothing, no big deal there. Who do you
I think you swap this for the Volibear. Oh, the Heimer makes sense.
All right. I mean, the Heimerdinger without a lot of item support just casts so slowly that I agree. Then again, he doesn't want to lose the 3 Draconic trait, I suppose. So it's going to be the... Oh no, but he takes out the set 3. Interesting. All right.
The thing to note about the Heimerdinger is he is applying the Morello burn with his spell.
True.
So if you can get that off, it's still very valuable, especially since the Zyra doesn't have any of that. And you can even see on the other side DQA doing that.
I mean, you've
But again,
got Garen as well, shredding magic resistance, which is nice to have for your Zyra. But this time around,
I think DQA has this.
Yeah, I think he may.
Oh,
oh
God!
Right. Well,
Zerat versus Ivern. Who wins? I think Ivern wins this.
Yeah, I mean, because you're gonna have another Daisy coming out, and she'll be able to pound that Zerat minion into dust. It seems like, but Solo Gasong is gonna live for another round, I think.
This might be a tie.
No, not like this, DQA.
Oh, he got it! Holy crap, that was close.
That was insanely close. If that would have been a tie, that would have been the end of the game.
Yeah, that would have been the loss. So
yeah. All right. Well, I mean, at least for DQA, it's like, all right, maybe there's a chance here. Although Volibear 2 now.
Solo just hit the Kindred and the Volibear, whereas DQA we haven't seen any new spike. This is going to come down to a positioning game. If DQA can keep the Karma away from the Scion long enough and out of danger, there might be a chance. But Solo Gasong is smart and is putting his Zyra in the other corner. So basically, one cover is cornered by the Monstrosity, and the other corner is covered by Zyra. So now the stun did not hit Karma there, the Volibear stun, but there's the Scion ult.
Yeah. Can the Karma live long enough to do enough damage?
This is looking okay.
Let's see. One more Zyra cast. Doesn't hit the Karma again.
This is looking...
But now those...
Oh, that Zerat. This is looking not bad.
Yep, looking good, in fact. Oh, no! Because Zyra at the last second.
The Zyra with the healing roll.
That's Solo Gasong with 2 wins with the same comp in a row. And you can see, you know, that's an embarrassed laugh for Solo Gasong. He's like, oh dear, everyone's going to hate me now.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I think he's quickly becoming the villain of this series, playing the Zerat A-Bomb comp 2 games in a row with 2 firsts. Certainly looking to lock his position into day 2, but it's a spicy comp.
It's a lot of Zerat minions at the end of the day. Yeah, that's a lot of HP to get through. It was close, though. I mean, you can see that on the other side, when you have things like the Ivern bringing Daisy out over and over again, that's a lot of HP on the other side to be dealt with as well. So Karma, you know, chain casting a lot, doing a lot of damage, but not quite able to get it done. But, you know, aside from the Abam Zerat comp, I feel like we've seen a good variety still here in Game 2.
Yeah. I do like the name of that comp, by the way, the Zoo comp, because you have all the little Zerats coming out. You've got the Ivern summoning Daisy. You know, you've got the Monstrosity. It's like the old Summoner comp from Rise of the Elements. It feels like the comp you want to play if you want to summon lots of things. Obviously looking pretty strong, probably a little too strong, but again, it's a tournament. You're here to win, and if you're here to win, you play the comps that you think are strong. So,
yep, exactly. So let's pick your developer brain for a moment too, and I'm not asking you to say what you're gonna change, obviously, because there's a whole conversation. It's not a unilateral thing, obviously. But when you look at this kind of situation, what are some of the early ideas that pop into your head about how to handle a situation like this as a developer?
Yeah, so typically you're looking for an elegant solution that kind of makes sense and follows the game's systems. For example, if you remember back in the day, Mech used to have a similar thing where people could do this with Zerat Portal, but the reason it didn't work at the time was because Mech was actually always a 1-star unit, and so it always summoned very weak Zerats, so it really wasn't that big deal. Plus, it was kind of a waste of your super unit. Whereas here, Scion is kind of acting as a utility unit, which is kind of not where we envisioned him, so it's like, do we figure out a way to put more of the power into the trait and less into the Zerat? But then you also do have to consider some brute force methods. So for example, maybe we just really don't like this interaction at all. Do you consider something like, hey, the Monstrosity is considered a summoned unit, and so Zerat doesn't work on summoned units. If a summoned unit is wearing Zerat, it doesn't trigger. Those are kind of like inelegant solutions, but they certainly get the job done. And so you start to weigh the pros and cons of an elegant solution versus an inelegant but effective solution, and with the time you have, make a decision of which one you think is better for the game long term. So,
interesting. All right, yeah, I like the. I mean, from a viewership perspective, it's fun to see Scion be like the troop carrier, basically, that like lands from orbit and delivers all these Zerat minions onto the battlefield, but. from a practical in-game sense, it's kind of a little bit of an anti-fun mechanic here. But Solik is saying don't care. He's going to abuse it anyway while he can, and we'll see if he sticks with it. To be fair, I think you still are sort of accepting a certain amount of risk if you're Solo Gasong and focusing on playing that Draconic comp early. I'm sure there would be games where he'd lose a lot of HP early and not be able to quite hang in there. It was a little bit close towards the end there too. So while it worked 2 games in a row, it may not work every single time. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think the clear indicator there was we saw Solo Gasong had hit Draconic pretty early. And again, we talked about how Draconic reminds me of Bard, where if you can hit that Draconic early, that economic advantage allows you to push into the endgame pretty well. And so I expect if somebody hits an early Draconic, we may see this become the popular version of what to do with a 2-2 or 2-3 Draconic.
We'll have to wait and see. Let's check out the composition itself. We've been talking about it a lot already, but here it is once again. We've got the Abomination in there as well, the Draconic, of course. The Zyra being the main carry with those units, but it really is all a lot about the Zoo, like we talked about. The Daisy coming in, the Zerat minions, just overwhelming your opponent with sheer HP.
Yep. By the way, it's the first time I've seen the Heimer icon on this comp, and that's a very adorable looking dragon. But yeah, using the Heimerdinger, yeah. He's got a Daisy of his own to summon. And again, there's so many summons here. He's got Wolf. So it really is just a lot on the board and a lot to chew through. If you're looking for something to beat this in the meantime, a counter Garen makes the most sense to me because Garen is % health based. And so these 3,000 health Zerats might get taken down by a big Garen ult.
Okay, yeah, that's a really good point. Shout out as well to Mobalytics.gg for giving us these great tools to produce these graphics with and produce the team comps as well. If you want to experiment with this kind of thing or get a lot of easy to find information on Set 5, they got a good site for it. They're our partners here, so go check them out. They're pretty awesome. Let's take a look at our standings so far after 2 games. We'll take a look at how the lobbies broke down. First of all, it was Kiyun who actually got the win in Lobby A. Uthanara from, I believe, Turkey in 2nd place there. Soju Emily Wang after that. And KZ Double holding it down at least at 5th, getting a little bit of points there. And let's check out our overall scores as well. And at the moment, it's Kiyun and Soligasang tied for 2 first places in a row, it looks like. And wow, that's quite the start, isn't it, Mort?
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what Kiyun played.
Yeah.
If we can figure that out, that'll be interesting to know. Would hate to hear it was Draconic. But yeah, Kiyun and Solo Gasong coming out really strong. Soju's got to be really happy. And like I said, we're starting to see a pretty clear divide now between sort of the top and the bottom. You know, it looks like Ging, Unid, and Solus kind of suffering a bit. So hopefully they can turn it around in the next couple of games. But yeah, like I said, now that we're in game 2, we're starting to see that divide. We're starting to see maybe where the skill gap lies. And so game 3 and 4 will be really important to try to come back and turn that around and hopefully not resolve to a 15th or 16th place.
Yep, we will find out. Well, we found out Draconic is strong. That's what we've learned, I suppose, so far. There's a lot of other stuff on the horizon, though, as we're going to take a quick break, let the players regroup, and when we come back, more Mortdog Madness Reckoning action right here, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back to Mortdog Madness Reckoning. I am DoA. With me is Mort himself. We have 2 games down, 3 more to go on the day. But it's been really fun, hasn't it, so far, Mort? I feel like we've seen a lot of different stuff do well. Obviously, Draconic is the story right now, but, we'll see if anything else comes up to challenge it as the game goes on. It's only 2 out of 5 so far.
Yeah, certainly the Zerat A-bomb with Draconic looking very strong. From what we know, 3 out of 4 lobbies were Draconic winners, which shows, again, the potential of the comp when piloted well. I think right now a lot of players on PB are kind of struggling with it because it does require some very specific ways to pilot it. But we have seen that there's at least 2 different ways to pilot it, one with the AD Ashe and one with the AP Zyra using the Zerat portals. So we'll hopefully see some more. And that's something else we're hoping, ignoring the obvious Zerat being too strong here, we're hoping that a lot of these comps can be piloted in a lot of different ways. And so hopefully we see even more of that as the rest of the tournament goes on.
Yeah, it seems like there's a good variety going on just apart from that as well. But there's a lot to take in right now. There's a lot to learn as far as the new items, the new comps, the new abilities that all the champions have. But luckily, Mobalytics has our back. You guys can type !set5 to find just a bunch of just generic set 5 info, traits, items, all that good stuff. And then !builder will take you to their comp builder page, so you can kind of like drag and drop things and see if you can like match up different traits, what works well together. It's useful when you're kind of doing some planning. But Mortdog, it's time for game number 3. We're going to jump on board with Emily Wang here, and her scores today, well, she has a 5th up there anyway. It hasn't got the game 2 in there yet, I guess, but that's fine. Starts off with a cloak. And the Kazakhs. Total score 10, I guess, on the day. I like that we have that now in game here.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. So a 5th and a 4th. So right in the middle of the pack, which is kind of where you want to be anyway. You only need the top 8 today. So, I mean, obviously you want to be in first place, but...
Oh, wow. You like Kled? There's a lot of them.
So, admittedly, I've been struggling a bit with making Hellion work. It's been one of the more difficult comps to get to work. But when you get this many Kleds and you have that cloak for a possible Hurricane, maybe there's some options here. So, and I like that she gets the gold here to buy the extra Kled to just tempt her enough to get a 3-star Kled. So let's see 2 more Kleds in this next shop.
I think, well, how about another Ziggs and a Poppy? Yeah, so you got the Hellion start. I think Hellions is a great early and mid-game synergy that you can build, in my experience, 2 different main ways. One is Kled carry, because he does very well with AD items like you were talking about. Another one is a Ziggs carry. Because of the attack speed, Ziggs can start throwing out those bombs really, really fast, and can definitely carry you through some of the earlier stages, stage 3, sometimes stage 4 in the game. You always need to transition late, because it just becomes too easy to chew through all those Hellions. But I think it's a good comp early and mid-game. Does find the Ashe, though. Look at the Draconic. 3 Draconic already.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. I would be shocked if this isn't sell the entire board except for Kled and transition into Draconic. Again, we talk about Draconic being very much like Bard. The earlier you get it, the better it can be. And so I would expect to see this, level up, put in the Kled because it's a 2-star and at least keeps you healthy. And this is a nice start.
It's a really good start. Yeah, I mean, Ashe is just nice in general, but having the 3 Draconic going with that Kled is going to be pretty strong. At least if you don't win rounds, you're going to be able to preserve your HP, which is really all you're looking for when you have that early Draconic start.
Yep. Now on the other side, Utenera getting the early Nunu and Nocturne, 2-3 costs out of his buckets. So that's got to feel pretty good. I think he's going to win this. It's going to be really close here.
Turtle stance?
Slams the glove just to get the dodge rate. Gets the win.
Yep.
But again, Emily's not going to be sad about this because she's going to get an egg out of it, and she's going to feel, get that economic advantage that will slowly build up over time. Items-wise, though, we're kind of seeing the items lean a lot more towards the Zyra version of this comp that we've seen, as opposed to the Ashe version.
Definitely.
Kind of a lack of choices here with tier or shadow tier, unfortunately.
It's interesting. Both certainly have their uses. The shadow tier together with the rod makes that Archdemon's staff, which is nice as far as making your caster more, essentially durable as time goes on, because it gives you that HP. But the old Archangel Staff is, or I should say old, it's a new item for the set. It replaces Ludens, but like that's going to give you a lot more AP. And if you're going the Zyra route, if you're going to build one of those, it's probably the direction you go. But she's just going to not use any items for now, and why not? You can still be greedy early on for sure.
Now you look at Kuramex's side, by the way. He has 2 Syndras, 2 Sejuanis on the bench, and then 2 Nunus on the board. So a lot of pairs, but can use those Nunus. Getting an early Nunu too would be really powerful if he can pull that off.
Yeah, Nunu still has the same ability we know and love from set 4 in terms of just eating people. And starting to go towards Abomination now. Only one more needed for Emily to get that online, along with the Draconic at level 6 a little bit later on.
So interestingly enough, when I look at the state that she's in right now compared to how Solo Gasang was piloting this, I actually get a little worried. There's no Zerat portals to necessarily back it up. Your items don't necessarily scream Zyra items already, and she put the rod on the Callista, which means even if she does hit Zyra, it's going to be very difficult to pivot that item off without giving up the A-bomb or having to rebuild the Callista here. So I'm actually a little worried long-term about the state of this build compared to what we've been seeing, which again goes back to maybe how difficult it can be to pilot this comp in the perfect way.
Well, that's kind of what we were talking about in the other games too when we were watching Solo Gasang play that, is that where Draconic really kind of catches a lot of people is that early game where if you don't have the sustain, which it's hard to get sometimes with things like Skirmisher early, like Brawler sometimes, but not too Brawler in a lot of cases, you lose a lot of HP, and then even if you do find a strong board later, you just don't have enough life left to make it to that late game and look for that first. So we'll see. That said, those eggs are going to hatch soon. We'll see what she gets out of them.
The other thing that can be tricky in this situation is you can find yourself in the situation where your Draconic eggs have given you like 5 Udyrs, 5 Sets, 4 Ashes, and 4 Zyras, and you end up being tempted to try to chase it all. But what you've actually done is made it so that you didn't actually have any economic advantage at all. It's just sitting on your bench doing nothing, and you're just playing a weaker board than you would normally. And so, again, that's what we talk about. Like, this comp is very difficult to pilot, but when piloted correctly, is probably at some of the peak power that we're seeing in the set right now.
Definitely. Runs into KC Double, who on the other side has a little bit of her newer action, a little bit of Legionnaire with the Yasuo and the Callista. Looks like it's not going to do much, though, versus that comp. And, 2 Brawler in now, and the combination of the damage from the Callista and the Ashe on the Emily Wang side, she should be pretty stable at this point overall, I think.
The thing I'm happy about here, I like the Shojin play. Callista's spell is very powerful early game. It does a large amount of AD. It's very reminiscent of Galaxy's Caitlyn. And so this is a very powerful setup. And I expect this to be, these items to be built for the Zyra. But again, we do still have to talk about the fact that, she'll lose the Callista. And so hopefully she can find another Callista on the way up.
Yep. Meanwhile, over on Jing's board, we've got a couple items on the Vayne, and it really looks like he wants to try to play that carry Vayne build that we've seen a bit before. He is not leveled up yet. He's got the Jewel Gauntlet. He's looking for maybe an opportunity to build the Runins, but you kind of want to see a few more Vaynes by now if you're going to be going for that reroll, don't you?
You definitely do. Although we have seen when Soju was playing this to get ready for the tournament, he was open fording to try to get as much gold as possible. So Jing does have 40 gold already and a perfect loss streak. So we'll be in a good state. The thing that has me worried here, though, is that he has a Shadow Bow. And so I'm curious what that Shadow Bow is going to become. It can't be Shadow Hurricane. Shadow Hurricane does not proc on hits, which means you don't get those Vayne things. And so I'm curious to see what this turns into. The only other one that jumps up to mind would be Shadow Ginsu's, but Shadow Ginsu's will just kill your Vayne.
Huh. I mean, he's considering Evil Giant Slayer, which as the game goes on, it gets better because you're going to be hitting more and more units on the other side that have more than 1100 health. If you're unfamiliar with the new shadow version of a Giant Slayer, the evil Giant Slayer, does just straight up 45% more damage overall, unless you're hitting something with less than 1100 HP. Then you do 15% less damage as a champion. So there's that risk, but the longer the game goes, the more those average HP levels are going to go up on the other side, and the more useful it gets. So I don't think you need to slam it now, but I think it's a pretty good item overall, just in the game right now.
Yeah, for sure. This is where we're seeing a lot of people, I think, with a little bit more of a PBE mentality right now. Being level 4 in this situation with this few veins, I feel like this is a quick 8th unless you get really lucky and hit some of these. You don't even have the greatest items for it. But I think a lot of people are, like, when they're playing on PBE, they're properly limit testing and trying different things out, which is good. But in a tournament setting, I'm not sure that's what the state you really want to be in right now.
You got to respect the high level of competition, the seriousness of the moment here in Mortdog Madness, of course. 4 out of 5. What's he going to go with? Tier? I like the... Well, the thing is, if you build the Shadow Last Whisper and you have Shadow Jewel Gauntlet, that's going to be Vayne really becoming a very, very fragile unit. So, yeah, it picks up the glove, but I feel like you got to be starting to think about some sort of transition, huh? Wow, is he going to build the Final Whisper?
No, there's no way you build... I think you can go IE here, but...
Yeah.
Again, the trick is you've got to hit Vayne 3 and have an item ready to get that bow off. Like, you almost want the, like, ignore this bow completely kind of situation.
Yeah. Huh. Also, just
no way is that the right choice.
It's just, your Vayne's just going to blow up as soon as she gets touched, like, if she doesn't blow herself up. So, yeah, I don't know about that.
Why... The big thing with Final Whisper is it's armor and MR shred, but you're doing true damage. There's just no desire to have that.
It's a good point, too.
Whereas at least with the Giant Slayer, you'd be doing more damage. But again, doesn't put in the Aphelios, which is another big mistake here. Still sitting on 3 veins. This feels like almost like a tilt already, where it's like you're tilting off and you're looking to not hit, unfortunately. And again, this is what we are seeing. A decent amount of games turn out like this, where it's just like you just can't quite hit what you're looking for. And so part of TFT, especially when you have a 58-piece set, is you have to be adaptable to what you hit, not try to force things like this. So,
trying to find that Warwick 3. He's one away. There it is. All right. It's good. Now you can put the Aphelios in and get Ranger, right? Right? Okay. Or Ash. Ash works too, but yeah, I think the Ranger 2 would have helped a little bit earlier. It looks like it is going to be the forgotten kind of Ranger angle for now still, but it does look a bit underdeveloped. We'll see if he can beat KCW, who has a pretty strong-looking Yasuo on the other side.
You know what I wonder the way out of this might be, although it's probably too late with how long he's been re-rolling, but this would be like level up, find a Draven, and turn this into a Draven comp. But again, with how long he's been re-rolling, he's at 38 health at 3-3. This is looking pretty doomed.
It's looking like a fast 8, and even if you do find the Draven, you don't really have the sustain items yet. I mean, I guess he's got a couple bows, so we can find like a Bloodthirster or something, but could get the Hurricane. Because it's a Shadow Hurricane, like you said. It kind of negates what he's doing with the Gauntlet. It feels like things kind of went wrong in a couple different ways, in that you don't have a lot of veins, but also you slam that bow on the vein, unless it's just an item it started with. I don't remember if it's something you got off the carousel or something, but either way, you're right, because you don't get shadow items on the first carousel. It's a good point. Either way, it's something that's going to need to be changed here. You get Shadow RFC, maybe? Is that what he's thinking?
It's
Here's
a
roll
vein.
down. It is a vein.
Yeah, again, like, I mean, he kind of has to here. If he doesn't hit like vein 3 by the end of this stage, he's probably doomed.
Well, 6 veins out of 9 so far. No, that's if you're gonna slam something, that's gonna be your best option, aside from just building building an Infinity Edge as well.
Yeah, and then the third item is Hurricane, hopefully.
Right. And
at least that's something. And at least now, if they have over 1100 health, you're doing more damage. But it's interesting because you look at this board, not much has over 1100 health right now.
Right. So you're going to be actually doing less damage than you would normally do, 15% less with the Evil Giant Slayer.
Yep.
Syndra just tosses Warwick in anyway. This... Oh. Huh. Okay. Oh, Warwick becomes unstoppable for a little while, doesn't he? I was like, why didn't she throw
his
him?
spell, once it starts, it can't be interrupted.
Right,
so
right.
there's at least some power there, but...
That's kind of the big Achilles heel if we can talk about the Syndra builds for a moment. I love playing them, but there's a lot of champions with a little bit of built-in unstoppable there, or anything that blocks CC, like Verdant at the beginning of a round, really messes with Syndra. Fun comp to play, though, if you just want to mess around a bit. See things fly around the arena. All right.
Oh, he levels up. Wow.
Yeah.
So he can't go much higher than 6, unfortunately. He's sitting on 7 veins, has a Nico, so he just needs 1 more vein. But also the positioning here, you notice that Emily's got that Zyra carry going that we've seen a couple times. And look how much health it took off the vein in 1 shot, and second shot, it's dead.
Yep. Yep. I think it's going to be tough for Jing, down to 24 HP now. Meanwhile, Emily, like we're seeing, on that win streak at 90 HP.
I mean, one more chance. The positive light here is it's only a 9-game loss streak and not a 10-game loss streak, so he won the first round.
That is true. Yeah, that's. I like that you found the silver lining in all of this. that helps. Yeah.
So, interestingly enough, everyone has been focused on the Shadow Jeweled Gauntlet interaction with Vayne. But another character who uses it decently is Yasuo. He still takes the damage when he crits, but gets the extra crit from the critical strike on the auto, or the true damage on the auto attacks. So Yasuo makes pretty good use of this item. This is really good. If he can get a Hand of Justice to deal with some of the life he's losing, I think this will be a very powerful Yasuo that will at least get him to the late game.
Right.
And he's got 5 Yasuos, might be trying to turn it into a Yasuo 3.
I mean, you've got the opportunity to just slow roll it, I suppose, at this point. But yeah, you have to have something to deal with the amount of damage Yasuo is going to be doing to himself. But I like that we're seeing someone try 3-cost carries. Like I mentioned earlier, I feel like that's something we haven't seen as much of. And there are theoretically strong heroes in there. You know, Yasuo foremost among those. Morgana, another one people have been using. There are some good 3-cost carries that I'm sure are going to be emerging over the next week or two here in set 5. Gets the win there, too.
Yep. Yeah, in particular, you can see that, again, the Yasuo, now the way Yasuo works is every time he casts his spell, he gains an extra buff that allows his hits to do true damage. The Hurricane then makes that true damage hit 2 units, and the Shadow Jeweled Gauntlet allows it to do crit and crit for even more. So he'll be doing a pretty substantial amount of critical strike damage here, which feels pretty good. And then combine that with the damage multiplier from Nightbringer once the shield procs, which also keeps him alive from those Shadow Jeweled Gauntlet procs. This is just a Yasuo that will do a lot of damage. It can also heal up through Legionnaire a little bit as well. I forgot that aspect.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Hey, Jing finally hit Vayne 3.
All right. So you're saying there's a chance. We'll keep an eye on the HV on the side. Pardon me, but I'm not super optimistic at this point. But then again, I might have just cast or cursed my own prediction. We'll see. 6 Nightbringer now for double, which is pretty good. That'll help a lot in terms of making the Yasuo more effective and stay alive longer.
Yeah, like I said, if you watch the Yasuo when he gets that shield there, it's a very big shield at 6 Nightbringer, and so it becomes very difficult to deal with. And if you saw those, every auto was shooting 2 true damage bolts that were critting for like 180. So very powerful here. Also worth noting that Emily is running sort of the more fair version of Draconic, less Zerots and more just Draconic. So we'll have to see how that plays out for the rest of the game.
I just can't wait until we see what's going on in the other lobby and see if Solo Gasang if he dares to do it the 3rd game in a row. Like, we could be seeing like the decline of Solo Gasang's position in the TFT community if he keeps running this comp. There's implications beyond this tournament he needs to consider.
For sure. And like I said, we're still not really sure what was, Kyun ran in that other lobby, so I'll be curious to see how much domination we're seeing there. But again, KC Double right now, it feels like in a really good position. It's going to hit level 8 next turn, have plenty of gold to roll it down. Is using this Yasuo, and again, you see those true damage crits, they're 177, now they're 148. They're stacking up, and even if he loses this fight, it's not going to be that big a deal. He can start to transition into something like an Aphelios carry. Could even just go full 8 Nightbringer, which is a pretty simple comp to play. So a lot of cool options here.
Check it out. Aegon's actually running the Morgana, but this time around he's running the more evil Onomicon, which is the shadow version of the Onomicon.
Yeah.
And you do less damage, but when you hit somebody with it, it burns for 100% of their HP. So if you can keep the round going and hit enough people, you will kill everyone. So it's one of my favorite new shadow items as far as being really interesting to think about how to use it properly.
Yeah, if you can find the right carry on that item, it's good on like Volibear, Morgana, Kennen. It can do a lot of damage. The thing is, you never want to build it on someone you're going to 3-star, because then you'll lose all that damage. So,
that makes sense.
By the way, despite Jing's rough start, Uthnera is at 2 health and may actually 8th before Jing here.
Okay.
So.
Jing might be successful.
All right, time to see the
in terms
roll
of...
down.
Yeah.
I really like the RFC play here, by the way. Yasuo is one of the characters that still really benefits from being out of harm's range with that RFC. Allows him to keep his damage uptime even higher. Gives that 20% extra attack speed. You can actually see someone else had a RFC Yasuo as well. So it's becoming a very popular itemization on this particular character. So, again, if he could hit Yasuo 3... And yeah, we can literally see on the other side here, Sean's with a very similar Yasuo.
And I mean, I think you're right, where I think he may be playing for that 8 Nightbringer comp eventually, because he's not rolling down. He's saying, all right, I want to just try to hit level 9 and maybe get the Darius in there. We'll see. Beats that Mordekaiser,
I thought that was an interesting fight, specifically because we had the blue buff Yasuo, who casts more often, versus the Jeweled Gauntlet Yasuo, who casts less often, but hits much harder. And we saw there, at least in that particular case, that the Jeweled Gauntlet version ended up much stronger. So,
yeah, interesting to note. And that's one of the things that people are really going to be keeping an eye on this weekend, and just in terms of TFT on the PvE overall, is what item combinations work best. Because like we were talking about earlier, it does seem like there's a lot of item flexibility, perhaps a little bit more than we saw in set 4. But that raises a whole bunch of new questions as far as what are really the best in slot items, then what's like the next tier where they're good but they're not perfect, and kind of figuring all that out is one of the big things that a lot of the pro players and the really hardcore TFT players are going to be thinking about in the first couple weeks of the set.
Yep. So I just realized, by the way, that Sean's is running a 1-star Yasuo. I should have noticed that sooner. But obviously that's going to make a big difference when you still only have a 1-star Yasuo compared to the 2. But does have the 2-star Mordekaiser. I'd be expecting to see some build around that as opposed to the Yasuo, maybe transition the items. But Mordekaiser really wants a few tanky items, and right now Sean's doesn't have many tanky items to give him, except maybe the Gunblade here. You could go Gunblade RFC and let that Mordekaiser do some work, but kind of lacking some frontline now, and not having that 2-star Yasuo. If we compare that again to how Casey Double was doing, who was level 8, 50 gold, here we see Sean's at level 7, 50 gold, kind of struggling to keep up.
Yeah. Yeah, and missing that 2-star Yasuo is certainly going to hurt a lot in that regard. We'll see what items Raptors brings him. Going to get 2 Cavalier in. Oh, I guess he already had the Sejuani in, but all right.
It looks like Sean's is trying to play the Jax comp here. Those items that he has on Yasuo are pretty good Jax items. Not great. No BT, but you do have the RFC and you do have the blue buff. Oh, look at this.
Ooh.
2 spatulas for Sean's.
Hey,
have a free
now he's
force of
level 8,
nature,
basically.
I suppose.
Yeah, so now at least he gets the amount of units in from as if he would have been level 8. So that'll help him put together perhaps something a little bit stronger. Maybe Dragon Slayer, I guess, in this case. But, yeah. Gets Ironclad in.
Okay, I was going to say,
wow.
I disagreed with the play here of not rolling for the Jax before leveling. If he didn't hit this Jax, it would have been doomed. But thankfully he does hit the Jax, so never punished. Put him in a good spot here. I feel like you got to build the IE as opposed to the blue buff.
Right? I agree. Maybe, I mean, you could toss the... honestly, with the way Mord works, you could toss the dark blue buff on Mordekaiser, and that wouldn't be too bad either. Does build the IE on Jax, which is probably going to be the more ideal decision. Blue buff over onto the Yasuo on the other side because he hasn't quite decided what to do with it, it seems like yet.
Yep.
See if this is enough. That Mord, though.
Mordekaiser's trying his best.
Yep.
I don't think he
It
wins
is the
this,
ghost.
though.
Nope, not quite. Looks like the Vayne 3 on the other side, able to get it done. And Jing's still in it. Jing's on a win streak right now. 6 HP in a dream.
Yep, still alive.
Yeah.
So now we see sort of a more typical Jax comp. But again, the thing that Jax really wants here, especially with the skirmisher stacking AD, is he wants like a bloodthirster to keep himself alive, or a Hodge. So unfortunately, if this Jax ever gets touched, he's going to kind of fall apart.
Right.
And that's kind of the unfortunate situation of not having ideal items for your Jax. But hopefully some of his front line can keep it alive long enough that the Jax can output quite a bit. Sort of a mistake of positioning, though. That Jax has to spend a lot of time walking at the start of the fight, which is costing some damage time. You want to keep that Jax, even with RFC, a little closer to like the second row so that they can output that damage.
Yeah. Yeah, you do want to get it rolling as fast as
Close.
possible for sure. Oh, it is close. And Kyun, he just got knocked out in 7th. Ouch.
So that's a big deal for standings, because Kyun had first, and is now in 7th. So that will open up the gap a little bit for people to kind of come back in the standings. So hopefully that doesn't affect Kyun in the long run. But I will say Kyun kind of historically has been a very 1st or 8th kind of player. So if anything, this kind of just makes me chuckle, and it seems like a pretty typical Kyun kind of day so far.
Yeah, can't. You're not wrong. You know, looking at the board here for Sean's, I almost wonder if you try to lean more in on the defensive traits, and you go for like 3 Ironclad. You try to add in like Knight, and just try to make Jax as tanky as possible. Doesn't help you out in the magic damage department, but it does make you more resilient against attack damage stuff, I suppose.
Yeah, I think right now he's kind of overvaluing Legionnaire. Legionnaire doesn't really work that well with Mordekaiser, because he only gains the health from the base of the auto attack, not the spell part. So all you're really doing is giving your Yasuo and Mordekaiser 25% attack speed, which, if that's worth it to you, okay. But I think that compared to, for example, swapping out that Yasuo with just a simple Nautilus gives you more CC in the comp, more armor for the team, and ends up being a better swap. So kind of agree with you right now that there's a lot better ways he could be doing this. But again, that's one of the things we keep talking about with Reckoning, is there's so many different ways to pilot it, and so many microtransactions like this, where it's like you really try to figure out exactly what your comp needs, that it can be difficult, even for some of our most experienced players, before they've learned it all.
Well, Jax is in an interesting place too, where like Skirmisher is the only real trait he needs to do damage. You know, everything else comes from items, and then you just talk about how can I make my Jax live longer, and he's Ironclad, so you throw that in, get a lot of armor. You can throw some more Mystic in too, but we'll see. People are figuring it out over time. Meanwhile, Emily Wang still continuing to play Draconic, 4 Draconic, but as you can see, you don't need 5 Draconic to have a strong board. Nearly has that Udyr 3, found the Volibear 2 already, and I like throwing the Viego in there. I've started doing this more and more, just tossing a Viego in there and trying to position it to grab a unit or two. It can make a big difference, even at 1 star, no items.
Yeah. See, I think if Emily wins this lobby, it'll be a pretty clear sign. Oh, that's a 3-star Yasuo, by the way, on the other side.
Oh yeah, it is. Wow.
If Emily wins this lobby, it'll be a pretty clear sign, because we know, Solo Gasong was doing well with the Zerat Portal version, but seeing somebody do well with not 5 Draconic, not the Zerat Portal edition, that'll be a pretty strong sign that, like, Draconic, if you can hit it early, is something you should be playing, and just how powerful it quite is. Because again, I think Emily right now is the only player at level 9, starting to hit some of these 2-star 5 costs. Wow, hitting the Udyr at level 9 is a little bit of a niceness here.
It's like if you only need one,
but, yeah, does kind of hit 5 Draconic, but honestly, that's not going to really change the outcome here. Again, I think kind of like we saw Kyun in game 1, I'm not sure we'll even see a gold egg hatch.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. At this point in the game, it's going to take a while. Like, are there going to be that many rounds left, Either way, it's a strong board at least. I believe she hit the Ivern too during all of that, and this Ivern's going to be bringing a lot of meat to just sort of tank the front line. Pretty good items on the Zyra. But is it a winning
Yeah,
board?
I actually think this is the kind of situation where you even consider taking out the set and going down to 4 Draconic and trying to hit some of these, bigger 5 costs to really help kind of have that Bill Gates comp at the end here, or like the Garen, for example. That might just be a better situation than trying to get a few golden eggs that aren't going to really win it for you at the end game.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, once those hatch, the result is going to be pretty much guaranteed in a lot of cases as well. Finds a redemption, which is nice to, defend against a little bit of the AoE damage that's out there, provide a little bit of healing. Yeah, I think picking up the Garen is a good idea. And she's kind of got both carries going on. We talked about, the Ashe-based Draconic comps and the Zyra-based comps. Well, Emily's decided to basically just do both. Why not?
Yeah, if you get lucky and hit them, it's certainly an option.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to Jing, who at least, for how bad that game started, at least tried to turn it around and almost did, for that matter. So, really well played there.
Sean's a 22
Sean's here,
HP.
by the way,
gets
the Dark Blue buff Rise. This is a build that's been slowly catching on. People have been trying to figure out how to... What was that play? Going Draven instead of Jax here. I see. He's going Draven.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's got items that can certainly work for the Draven, but yeah, you want to get the blue buff onto the Rise fast so he starts to chain cast. I was watching this match Sox experiment with that champion item combination yesterday, and it produced some pretty hilarious results at times because he does just CC the entire team nonstop. And hey, if you got a Draven free firing, then you're going to give him a lot of time. But I don't know about this.
Unfortunately, this
really
Draven doesn't have any. Yeah, he doesn't have any healing, so other than Legionnaire proc, which Legionnaire proc is a good amount. I do agree with this decision though to get out of the Jax, so at least that he'd have a ranged carry with the RFC, can do more damage safely from the backline, and honestly, Legionnaire too. Draven makes pretty good use out of that healing proc because he hits very hard, getting some lifesteal, to the point where this itemization might actually be close to best in slot on Draven. I think the only difference is if you can get like a Last Whisper so you don't get stuck on the front line as opposed to the Hurricane.
Sure.
But otherwise, it's a pretty good combination here.
All right.
Positioning-wise, though, I don't agree with this because Ashe, you need to get Draven more in the middle. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with both the Ashe and the Zyra here.
Mm-hmm. Well, Draven moves slightly. We'll see. He's catching a lot of axes for the moment anyway, but it's taking a long time to get through this Udyr front line. Now Daisy to contend with as well. Mordekaiser's helping out a little bit because he's got that IE Jeweled Gauntlet, or no, just the IE damage, which doesn't help Mort a whole lot. But it might come down to the healing again.
Oh, he got it.
Does it? Wow. All right.
Yeah. And you can see the power of Legionnaire, because again, at just 2 Legionnaire, you get the heal. And the heal doesn't scale, only the attack speed does. So having 2 Legionnaire just to make sure your Draven gets those big heals is very valuable here.
Well, especially with no healing items on the Draven himself, too. A lot of people liking to put the Bloodthirster or the Risk Thirster on Draven. So if you're not using one of those, then you definitely need the healing to come from somewhere else, like the trait.
Yeah.
So 12
now,
HP,
this is
but
a big
still
grab.
in it. Yeah.
This is a big grab, by the way. We talked about how he didn't have a Last Whisper, but now he has a Draven, or a Darius. And Darius, when he casts a spell, gives 70% armor reduction. Oh, this... Okay, this Frozen Heart Diana, though, really well positioned, countering the Draven real hard here.
Yeah, he's taking forever to chew through that because the attack speed is slow.
Yeah.
There's no chance. Wow. Yeah, he's out. So we have our top 2. It's going to be Emily and Casey Double. As Sean's does drop in 3rd. Ooh, redeemed spatula icon. 2 of them, in fact.
Yep.
With that Darius, too, though.
I think Casey Double getting the Zephyr here probably seals his victory, which is interesting because, again, he's playing the 3-star Yasuo, which we were talking about. Are there any 3-cost carries? The 3-star Yasuo, pretty good here.
Yeah, for sure. Always feels good when you can grab a Zephyr on that last carousel as well, when you're in that 1v1.
Yep.
It's another Darius.
It is nice to see Emily did take out the set, as we talked about, so that she's not running 5 Draconic, she's just running more powerful champions. So I expect to see that continue on.
Here we
Does
go.
this redeemed spat give her redeemed?
I don't believe it does, but she's got a lot of traits, so I'm not sure. No, it did not. Yeah. Meanwhile, Zephyr on the other side did hit the Ashe, so pretty big Zephyr for double, but was it big enough? That is a that Yasuo 3 on the other side doing so much damage, and yeah, this looks like it's going to be a pretty one-sided fight in the end. Yeah, well,
that might be it.
There you go. That is it. 3 cost carries have entered the game. Yasuo being the first one that's working very well. Emily with a close second, but it is going to be that Yasuo 3 getting the job done. So, hey, that's great. I feel like we're seeing things evolve already. There was rumors, murmurs about the Yasuo 3 over the last couple of days, but it's nice to see that having success in a situation like this.
Yeah, I really like the itemization choice there. The RFC keeps the Yasuo just out of range, so it can keep attacking. The Hurricane gives it double the true damage procs from its ability, and then the Shadow Jeweled Gauntlet allows those true damage to crit and crit for large amounts, and feels pretty good. So,
hey, well, you know what else feels good? Getting a chance to see the end of the next lobby as well. So on board with Soju as we see the top 4 here in lobby B. It looks like that's a strong Vel'Koz for Soju for his carry, and a big time redeem Mord up front to tank.
Yeah, I really like the redeemed Mord as we talked about last time. The thing here to note is his Vel'Koz actually isn't that great. Doesn't usually have the gunblade that it needs. But I think the tankiness of redeemed Mordekaiser here is going to do a lot of work here, combined with the 3 Revenant, to where nothing's going to actually ever get to that Vel'Koz. And so it should be safe to not need that extra healing.
Yeah, Shadow Deathcap and Shadow Gauntlet as well. So when that Vel'Koz goes off, it's certainly going to be doing a huge amount of damage. And so, you know, maybe at the end of the day, you only need like 1 solid cast with the Vel'Koz at this comp too.
So the thing to call out here, though, is if you look on the other side of the board, we have a pretty typical Aphelios comp, but it does have the Viego, the 2-star Viego. And so what Soju has to worry about right now is making sure that Vel'Koz does not get grabbed by the Viego.
Yeah, for sure.
And so you can see here, watch the Viego. This is going to be key to determining the outcome of this fight. Gets on the Ivern instead of the Vel'Koz at least. And now that is his
that's
Ivern.
Pretty huge. Yep, that's right. And that Ivern is going to be summoning daisies for him too.
Well, I forgot. The Ivern is Revenant, which does prevent the steal.
Oh.
Instead gets a Sejuani. But, yeah, and so...
okay, well, there you go. I'm so fresh. Manages to win it on the other side. And he was doing things like converting the daisy at least, so you can do that. So Viego, either way, going to be really useful in terms of stealing a couple units here and there and turning the tide. So Soju with a close second, but I'm so fresh, getting the win there.
Yeah, and you saw that he had the Aphelios with the Last Whisper. Redeemed is a lot of armor and magic resist for sure, but that Last Whisper kind of pierces through a lot of that, and so that much damage without a ton of backline access. We didn't see the Vel'Koz cast. If that Vel'Koz had cast, that might have determined the fight a little bit better. You might have been able to kill that Aphelios. But it's one of the reasons why Aphelios right now is considered very high tier. The amount of damage he can output combined with the Nightbringer shield that keeps him alive makes him a very deadly carry that's hard to burst down and hard to kill before he gets going.
Yep. Let's take a look at KC Doubles comp from the first lobby we looked at. This was the winning comp from that one. And as you can see, it all came down to that Yasuo 3 and what it was able to do with the combination of Hurricane, getting that extra range from RFC, and then the Shadow Jeweled Gauntlet for those true damage crits.
Yeah, there's a couple other things in play here too. He's got that Frozen Heart. I can't tell if that's a Shadow Frozen Heart. I think it's just a normal one. But using the Diana to jump back with the Frozen Heart, that item has become a lot more powerful now that it hits 2 hex range and a lot of backline disruption. And the other key thing here is, we talk about GA Morello Morgana, but he didn't have a GA. He did have a Warmogs, and so he adapted to kind of get that same value by using the Warmogs, which a lot of people sleep on and think of as an underpowered item. But in this particular case, it's probably just as effective as the GA. So really smart itemization there to understand how items can be interchangeable. And so I think that was a really well played 6 Nightbringer Yasuo 3 comp to kind of seal the deal here.
Yeah, very cool. Let's take a look at the scoreboards for those last set of lobbies. see what the results were. We saw Casey Double win over Emily Wang in our Lobby A, and in Lobby B, I'm So Fresh, able to take down Soju. Soju taking second there. And other players, like I feel like we've seen Grand Vice be a little bit up and down. He was sort of middle of the pack, but there's another 6th for him. So the point situation, not the greatest. Aegon managing to get a 5th there, but it feels like he struggled a little bit today too. So we're kind of seeing that separation continue. I think when we're going to look at the overall stats, we'll be able to see that. But other players like Sean's and Uni getting some pretty decent results at top 4s in those lobbies. But there you go, Mort, as we are done with 3 games, a little over halfway done today. What jumps out to you here on this list?
I think, you got to give props to the people playing well, Soju, Kyun, and Solo. I think we're also seeing a bit of reversal of fates. We talked about how things aren't locked in. So, like, I'm So Fresh and Sean's starting to make a comeback. And then right after Aegon, you kind of see this gap where it's like Solus, Unid, Becca, and Jing. We'd be keeping an eye on them for the next game, because basically if they don't top 4 this next game, it's probably the end of their journey, being this far down. Jing might already be out, to be frank, unless he, double first or something crazy. So that's kind of where we're looking right now. And it's starting to look competitive at that, like, 7th. Actually, if you look at, holy crap, as I just realized, 4th through 8th are all within 1 point of each other. So I think that 4th through 8th point are going to get real competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly enough, we saw the 2 players that took 2 firsts in terms of Soligasong and Kyun both take 7ths in game 3. So there is still a lot of room for movement, at least in that top 8. And like you said, just really, really tight between like the bottom 6 spots in the top 8. But, the way the format is, only the top 8 make it through to day number 2. So the pressure is on as we get into the next couple games. You had a little bit of wiggle room at the beginning of the day. Games 1 and 2, you can take some bot 4s. You can even take an 8. But now you got to perform if you want to make it to the final day, right?
Yeah. I feel like if somebody wants free internet karma, you just take the Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other, and you put Solo Gasang and Kyun, because right now they appear to be playing pretty much identically, which is pretty funny to see. But yeah, Soju actually winding up so far, definitely beating his 8875 meme and coming out on top right now. So hopefully he can continue this. And I think if anything, this just shows, again, he's talked about before that when there are, different power structures to the meta, he's pretty quick to adapt at what that power structure is and knows which comps he can comfortably play. And so hopefully he can keep that up for the rest of the day, because I think it would be a statement from him. I know his Worlds performance wasn't the best, but if he can come out and win this tournament as kind of an opener, at least he can come out and say, no, look, I'm not just a big streamer for fun. I actually can play really well. And we know he's capable of that, so I'd love to see that from him.
I think one of the interesting things to track to over the course of, or over the life of the different sets in TFT as far as the esport goes, is that it kind of works in the same way as sort of big patches in other esports, where certain pros are just going to be better at certain patches. They're just going to be better at playing the game when a game is in a certain state. So I think we're going to see that too, where we're going to remember certain players and be like, oh my gosh, they were insane at set 4. We're going to find specific sets that these pros are going to be really good at. So who knows, set 5, depending on how Soju does for the rest of the day, maybe that's an indicator that this could be one of his sets. But we're going to get things started with our 4th game of the day. Mortdog on board with I'm So Fresh, winner of one of our last lobbies. And now when you look at the carousel now, what give me your like top 3 first carousel item tier list. I'm curious what you're going to say.
So I think it's actually really interesting right now, because you can kind of get away with almost anything. I think the usual, bow, rod, sword are all pretty good at establishing kind of which direction. I think tier, like I said, there's a lot of blue buff users this time. I think belt, for example, again, we talked about early redemption being very strong if you want to try to win streak. I actually find armor and cloak to be a bit on the weaker side, but that's kind of questionable because they both make gargoyle stoneplate, which is very good in the early game as well. So, like I said, I feel like you can get away with honestly anything. If anything, glove is kind of the hardest one to use, but no one complains about a glove because that's jeweled gauntlet, that's IE, that's Last Whisper. So it feels pretty balanced to me overall. I tend to lean towards the tiers because, again, I like blue buff, I like redemption, I like Hodge, but it's pretty flexible.
What's kind of struck me as interesting so far in this set is that it seems like mana generation is almost more important than ability power, spell damage generation on items as far as characters, because you get so much percent spell damage increase from a lot of different traits that it's really more about making your champions cast more than essentially buffing them up individually with items.
Yeah, that can definitely be true for certain champions. We're seeing even like people trying to figure out if Vel'Koz needs a Shojin, for example, to make sure that he can cast early. So, by the way, shout out to Giant Slayer behind the scenes and everyone running this tournament. This has been like, we're just into the next game. We're into the next game. Things are moving smooth. This feels great. I don't know about you guys.
Hey, as far shout out to these players as well for being ready to jump into the next game. Sometimes wrangling streamers and players is like, you know, wrangling a huge a huge farm of insane hamsters. But they're doing a good job on that side too. But yeah, Giant Slayer always producing some smooth stuff. So good stuff. Yeah. Shout out to Mobalytics as well because they're a partner and they're providing awesome sites. I actually have their site open pretty much all the time now too, for reference when I play.
Nice. So you saw there, by the way, I'm So Fresh trying to go for the early Draconic, but now he's at that point where he needs that Zyra or the Ashe. That's the kind of spot you don't necessarily want to be stuck in, so we'll have to see how quickly he can turn on that Draconic. Whereas here we see Solo Gasang clearly not playing the Zerat Portal build, instead has a Yasuo, but with just a Ginsu's, we haven't seen Ginsu's Yasuo be that successful, and so we are starting to see sort of like a tier list of items on certain characters. You know, Yasuo in particular really likes that Hurricane and RFC. Not so much the Ginsu's because of his slow cast time animation. So is Solo Gasang sort of like locking this in early to try to preserve health, or is this going to end up on someone else?
I feel like it's got to end up on someone else because Yasuo is just so fragile early on that you feel like you're just not going to get a lot of benefit with the Ginsu's. You're not going to get enough time to attack. Now, if you build the Hand of Justice and you roll healing, then maybe he gets time to get those fast attacks going. And he does have Legionnaire in, so you get a little bit of attack speed there, I suppose. But yeah, I feel like this is something that's going to get moved somewhere else. He does slam the Hand of Justice, but, you know, this still doesn't feel like the strongest board ever early. Although I do like having the two Cavalier in there.
Yeah, so we talk about how, like, with the items and characters you get, you kind of want to keep your branch of decisions pretty open. Right now, what this feels like to me is he's saying, I'm playing Aphelios, maybe Draven.
Right.
You know, you have that Ginsu's, which is basically good on those two champions on the end game. You have the Hodge, which is not ideal, but you're slamming it. And you'd be fine moving that later to a different Nightbringer champion, maybe like a Morgana or something like that. And you're going to slowly be building up things like a Last Whisper, an IE, a Bloodthirster, and trying to get ready to pivot into that as your late game carry. But that basically has meant that he's, you know, you can't build any AP carries. So if he somehow starts hitting things like a Karma or a Vel'Koz, he's just going to have to pass them. So that's kind of the negative of slamming things this early.
Right. And it's really interesting, this set, too, because I feel like more than anything, as we see a couple interesting options there. But I feel like more than anything, it's interesting because of the way you get items, the rate at which you get item components. You're a lot less incentivized to slam things because it seems like you're always just like a round or two away from seeing what the next items are going to be, you know? So a lot of times I feel like it's worth it to wait, whereas in the past you would just slam those items.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to call out here is he hit the 3 Abomination, and we've seen Solo Gasang really favor this comp. So he slams it in and has 3 A-Bomb at 2-3, which is really strong, but has no items on it, so can still probably lose this fight pretty handily.
Yeah, for sure. I think the question is, you know, can he take a few heroes out before he loses? Although, if that Vayne goes down, that's only a Warwick 1.
Yeah, the Vayne's definitely going to go down.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix gets the isolation damage, which is big.
Yep.
Yep.
I think it came down to that Kha'Zix isolation damage that turned the tide in his opponent's favor there.
The question is Solo Gasang going to go for a bow or a belt? And I'm guessing
seems like
he's going to try to get that bow.
Yeah. And it is going to be the one that produces the exploding Zerat portal, but no, he goes for the sword.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Interesting.
Yeah. I thought he was going to go with the Shadow Zerat, and we'd see a three-peat of what his strategy worked in the first 2 games. But you know, maybe trying not to be full on Oh, Draven already!
Whoa.
Holy cow!
Wow, the 2% Draven hit, and it's like it's 2% divided by the amount of forecast as well. So that is a tiny percent chance to hit that Draven, but you've already got Legionnaire in there with Callista. This is like a situation tailor-made for popping off on that Draven.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
that's big.
The big thing here is he needs to get Forgotten in to get that extra AD.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fact that he'll be in a really strong spot here. He's got 2 Legionnaire for the heals. I'll be curious if he tries to get the Hodge off by like doing the trick where you change your items, or if he tries to stick with this, because late game this will fall off a cliff with these items.
Right.
Yeah, and you can see in
For
fact
now, though.
the Kazakh's already killing it.
Yeah, we're getting at a point where, like we were talking about earlier, players are experimenting with assassins more and more. So I feel like in the early game we're back to a meta where you really need to be scouting early and making sure that your carry isn't going to get jumped on.
Yeah, in particular, Kazakh's right now is very powerful early. Already does a pretty good baseline amount of damage, but if he gets that isolation spellcast, you die. Like your champion is dead, no matter how strong or how tanky you think they are. And so he's doing a lot of work early game, and so we'll have to see as people figure out that Kazakh's really is that strong. Do they start to group up? Like, for example, do you maybe put Draven in the second row as opposed to the back row here, so that Kazakh's get caught on like the new? You know, are there just different positioning tactics to deal with all of these Kazakhs as you're seeing?
He's trying to protect the Draven right now by using the like Abomination Grave and then a couple other things to just block off the Draven. But against the Kazakhs, yeah, you do need a little bit more. That said, Shadow Ginsu's on the Vayne, so she's going to be attacking really fast. And with the Warwick sustaining, yep, that'll do it. Shadow Ginsu's is another item that players are really high on right now. I think it's really strong.
Solo feeling a little bad because he already had a Yasuo, and now he sees 2 more Yasuos. So he could have had a 2-star Yasuo early, which would have been really good.
Right.
Other thing to call out right now, by the way, is that Draven is one of the few ranged carries who has 3 auto hex range as opposed to 4. So he ends up having to be in a little bit more dangerous of a situation than, say, a Felios or Karma. But for that, he gets all that extra damage. And so positioning him in the back line can often cost you a little bit of damage as he has to move up into position without that RFC. So,
ooh. Finds a Mordekaiser, so that's a path to 4 Legionnaire if he wants it right now.
Yeah, I think at the very least what this will...
Yeah,
I think at the very least what this allows him to do is not have to run the Yasuo. But yeah, 4 Legionnaire here... yeah, I feel like you need the 3 Forgotten more, and you can't go 4 Legionnaire and 3 Forgotten, so...
That's an
this
interesting
feels like
question.
the right assessment of what he has.
It's the more stable board because you get more of a front line with it. You know, 4 Legionnaire, you get the attack speed, which can be impactful early, but if things drop fast enough, then it doesn't really matter. So, yeah, probably right to go the stable route. On board with Soju now.
Okay, so Soju is playing a build that he and Milk came up with that is pretty unconventional, but it involves using an Assassin Soraka to carry your team. It does require a lot of good items and a lot of good positioning, and so far right now it seems like it's going very poorly. He still has a 1-star Soraka, doesn't have the IE or Jeweled Gauntlet he wants for this, sitting at 68 health this low. Like, it's definitely not going well for him, but we've seen that if he can turn this build on, this can be a very dominating build.
Yeah, your opponents basically just don't get to cast anymore, which is which is fun to deal with. He finds a couple of Lissandras, so you get, I believe it's a Renewer in there with that. Yeah, Lissandra 2, nice. She's got the Dazzler effect we mentioned earlier. You know, removes or reduces AD on the other side. I like where this is going, but you need more, like you said.
Yeah, so the way this comps works, you can see he even slams the IE here because he already gets the spell crit from the Assassin. But he actually wants Coven so that he can turn Soraka into the Coven leader. He gets LeBlanc as the other Assassin. And again, the Soraka will start to hit very, very hard. But again, he needs the LeBlanc. He needs 2-star Soraka. Otherwise, it's not going to go well. But once he has all that, Soraka can start to clear out entire teams by herself.
We do have the Coven on the other side, actually, for DQA. That's Morella's GA on the LeBlanc. I feel like that'll be something that'll be swapped later on, but for now, it's certainly a strong early game carry option.
Yep.
Should
Now,
be
the
fine
positive
winning
here
this
is
one.
Soju barely lost this fight, and so he is going to continue his pretty good loss streak here. So that part's good. But again, if he doesn't at least hit this 2-star Soraka soon, as well as the LeBlanc, he is going to fall off a cliff, and it's going to be very painful.
Yeah.
It's an early Diana, though, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I'd be thinking about, I was going to say, putting the Gragas Diana, this seems like a good idea. It's 3 Assassin, 3 Dawnbringer, but you get just a combination of stronger high-tier units and just meat on the board with the Gragas, so probably the best board he can build at the moment. Right.
Yep, agreed.
56 HP, though, you gotta... I don't know, do you think at this point you'd be consider rolling for that Soraka 2 to at least stabilize? Seems risky being this low at the moment.
So my guess is, if I'm thinking like Soju, he's in first place in the points total. He can afford to be a little risky, and 1/8 isn't going to knock him out of contention. So if anything, this is probably one of those games where he's telling his chat first or 8th, and really he's going to try to greet it all the way to 4-1, roll down. He is going to get his carousel priority, which is going to give him the items he wants, and he'll just try to greet it. And if he hits in 4-1, we could see a nice comeback into like a 3rd or a 4th. And if he doesn't hit, it'll be an 8th, and he'll shrug it off and bounce back.
That's the plan. See what he finds on the carousel. Oh, there's a Shadow Tier. 3 Shadow Tiers, actually. What does he want? Does he actually want that?
That is a lot of Shadow Tiers.
I was going to say, yeah, going to grab the one with one of the 4 costs. Yeah, might as well get as much gold while you're at it. That is a lot of Shadow Tiers.
Yep.
That changes the makeup of the lobby considerably if those get picked up. You have to really think about what people can build with it.
Yeah, I was curious if he was going to go something like a Death Cap. The Shadow Blue buff makes me think, yeah, you're probably going to make Shadow Blue buff with it. That way, if Soraka can cast quicker, because again, you actually have enough damage now that you have the Chalice already, the Shadow Chalice. Since the Shadow Chalice takes away 20 ability power from Kha'Zix, but gives 50 to Soraka, it ends up being a very powerful item. But again, he really needs LeBlanc, and he really needs 2-star Soraka here. If he doesn't start hitting those, it's gonna crash and burn real hard. He got the LeBlanc.
Yeah, we can see the roll down now too. So 4 Assassin is in. It's just such a fragile composition right now. I mean, you really have to hope your Kennen casts quickly and gets that big area of effect stun to just give your Assassins time to work.
Yeah, my expectation here is when he gets to the Wolves round, he'll take out Gragas, he'll take out Kennen, and he will put in Morgana and Lysandra to go the Coven version. But again, without 2-starring something soon, this feels like Jing from last game where you're just going to crash and burn. And even if you turn it all on finally and hit it late, you're still going to have one bad matchup and end up in 6th place. So,
yeah, definitely. All right, another Lysandra.
in fact, I just noticed that he hasn't won a round yet.
That's rough. I mean, at least he's going to be able to do like what you're saying here and get the Coven in. Going to do that right now. Well, maybe not. All right. Because he's got the 2-star Assassins and he doesn't want to replace the Diana with the LeBlanc. Maybe you do. I don't know. I feel like Coven is going to be better than the Diana 1. What do you think?
I agree. But again, I think at this point he's not worried about that because he wants to just perfect loss streak all the way in. That is an extra 8 gold. So I think this will be exciting for people if we see this work. Because the other thing to note about this comp, by the way, is that Diana doesn't have a lot of base damage. But when you start to hit that 4 and 6 Assassin, she ends up doing a surprising amount of damage to that backline. And that combined with the Soraka can do a lot. So
yeah,
I think if Soju can turn this around, this will be a really good case for, like, sometimes it's okay to loss streak. So, and you can see he's even starting his roll down a little early. But again, without that Soraka, it's going to be very painful.
Does find the LeBlanc too, so at least he's got Coven online. Apparently we're getting word that it was a spatula start in the other game as well, so apparently it's mass confusion over there as there's many spatula, double the spatula combinations to think about. I'll have to check in later on and see what that lobby ended up being. Meanwhile, item-wise, Okay.
If he doesn't hit
honestly-
Soraka, this will be really crazy to see what he transitions. Because there's no way you play this with a 1-star Soraka. You have to
Right.
pick something else. Sells the Coven, goes 6 Assassin. Wow.
Wow. All right, we're going in. 6 Assassin doesn't find the option for the blue buff. And what do you make out of these items? That's where the confusion is too. I mean, because you've got all these extra item combinations because of the Shadow one. Not hitting the Soraka too is kind of a bad luck scenario here, but we'll see what these assassins can do.
Yeah, he needs... If he gets the Soraka too, he could still win. Like, you look at this damage they're outputting. 6 Assassin
Man.
is a comp that's not really being played a lot, but I know Soju and Milk were exploring this comp a lot, and so he knows how to pilot it. But yeah, his items are really rough here. We'll see what he gets from the armory. I imagine he wants a tier.
Right, there it is.
See if he takes it.
Mouse over immediately.
Because if... I think you'd want to blue buff the Soraka to do a quick cast, but at the same time, with a 1-star Soraka, do you really invest in that? That's the question. Otherwise, yeah, so there's that. Goes with the LeBlanc version, though.
He's got 5 LeBlancs so far. Maybe he's thinking LeBlanc... No, you're not going to live long enough to go LeBlanc 3, are you?
Certainly not LeBlanc 3, but I think the thing you might do is sell the Soraka, move the Infinity Edge onto LeBlanc, and then transition it. But the thing to note here is Shadow Blue buff LeBlanc, when she is below half health, basically gets in this state where she instant casts very, very quickly. And so keep an eye on that LeBlanc and see if it gets below half health. Once it does a lot of damage and a lot of CC. So a common thing we're seeing now is GA LeBlanc with Shadow Blue buff, and it can kind of win fights by itself. I was playing it a little bit today on stream. And so with 6 Assassin, it is just so much damage.
Yeah. It's a cool adaptation. It kind of hurts, I'm sure, to be Soju and then see the Soraka 2 over on DQA side when you just cannot for the life of you hit it. It's only a 2 cost. It's always so tilting. Looking around, there's a Rel. Yeah, just picking up a couple 4 costs here and there, trying to find more Dianas. There's another LeBlanc. Yeah, the big roll down. There's a Soraka. Does he find the Soraka 2, though? Not yet. Ooh. Oh, Diana 2?
Okay, that's a nice high roll, though.
Yeah. That helps.
And again, same thing. I want you to watch and see how hard this Diana hits. It's 6 Assassin, no items, but does have the Chalice. Watch how hard this Diana hits when it casts. And unfortunately, it looks like it's only going to hit one thing, but it's still going to be a lot of damage.
Zephyr on the LeBlanc hurts a little bit, too. Oh, she's getting better position now. This could be big.
And
Diana? Oh, yeah, that was nice. I mean,
and
the crowd
to many
control that
units.
comes into it, too.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Now LeBlanc is active, and this will be a round win. All right. Huh. I'm becoming a believer in 6 Assassin. I have not seen this comp piloted yet. This is the first for me watching Kyun do this. It's looking okay. Meanwhile, we'll go over to Solus' view. Yeah.
So Solus running Legionnaire Abomination. I'll be curious to see where his items are. Soju just got a Shadow Spatula. I forget what he had on board, if there's anything to merge it with. Maybe a Revenant?
I feel like he had one item left over, but I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out later. Oh, it was a Negatron cloak, we're being told. All right.
Which is Revenant, so...
Yeah.
If I recall correctly.
I just said yeah because I assumed you knew it. I actually don't know. I've been exposed.
Well, on this side, almost has a 2-star Jax, except then sells it. I'm curious what he's trying to go for here. It looks like just another Aphelios comp.
He's got the items for it.
He's got the 2 Ranger now. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I mean, you can go... All right, there's Verdant. I like it. Making sure the Aphelios resists a little bit of that early crowd control. All right, good items. He's got the Risk Thirster as well, so you're going to get that attack speed boost if you can get back up to 90% HP with it, which you'd imagine he will at some point. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Scary situation, though.
One star Aphelios isn't going to be able to output the damage, and interestingly enough, we see on the other side, I'm So Fresh with the Abomination, has at least one Zerat portal, so pretty strong start there.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's
Soju is on a
Abomination
win
fighting
streak
now.
though with his assassins, so
Yeah, that's really neat. I kind of want to go back and I might go back and watch the rest of this game later on his POV for the VOD, because like I said, I've not played that comp yet, so I don't have much knowledge about it at the moment. Oh, he gets a shroud from the Thieves' Gloves. It's something you're going to want to think about using for sure. Rel 2, Nautilus 2 options if you want to get that Ironclad going, and he does.
yeah, this feels like Solus is hitting a lot of really good stuff, except the one thing he wants, which is just one more Aphelios so that he can Nico it.
Right.
He's not hitting it.
Yeah.
And so now he's got a bunch of items on the bench he needs to hurry up and place.
He's
Because the other thing
almost
too
at
is he's
that.
running Garen.
Mm-hmm.
And Garen is the magic resist shred, whereas he wants Darius to go for the Aphelios. So the magic resist
Right.
shred's not helping him a ton here. That Taric ult, though, that Taric ult helped him a ton.
No kidding. I mean, I was surprised to see the Aphelios survive the Vel'Koz cast on the other side too, but we're drawing closer to what I'm going to start calling. Oh wow, he finds it just natural. Doesn't even need to use the Nico. That's huge.
Reverse caster cursed.
I guess it's we talked about this. It's not the caster curse. It's the developer bless. It's the opposite.
Oh right.
You have powers I don't possess.
Just high rolls 2 Aphelios in the shop. That's a feels
Yeah.
good.
Definitely feels good. He's getting close. He's getting closer and closer to the comp I like to call the heavy metal comp, because it's Night Ranger.
Oh, nice.
I'll be here
That's
all
a
weekend,
great name.
folks.
Yeah. So now he's looking for like a Kindred to go with this Aphelios, because that Kindred will keep the Aphelios alive a lot longer.
Right.
One of the things people aren't really doing geez, okay, developer
Big.
blessing in full effect.
Yeah, I mean, you maybe want to put that Verdant back in with a Ash 2, but getting Mystic and getting the Kindred ult in there, and continuing to maintain your Ranger trait is pretty nice. Yeah, you might as well load a couple items up on that. I don't know if Risk Thirster is the best item for Kindred, but it's an item for Kindred.
So something I'm not seeing a lot of, but I think would be the right play here is he should have considered 4 Ranger as opposed to the 4 Nightbringer necessarily, because that would have been a lot of extra damage. And a lot of the times what we're seeing here is people lacking the damage to through some of these big front lines. An Aphelios 2 with 4 Ranger is a lot of damage. So I think that would have been better than, say, 4 Nightbringer with 2 1-stars. But, oh, that Vayne!
Oh, so close. Oh, he gets a win. You need out in some sort of not great position. That is 8th, yeah.
8th.
But going back to what you were saying, though, I agree. That's why I kind of was calling this comp Night Ranger, because for me it's all about being able to get 4 Rangers in and then 4 Knights to kind of protect the Rangers and give you a strong front line. You also get things like Verdant along with that. So you get these little side buffs, these side synergies. There's room for flexibility there, but I think the core of it, if you just want to build a strong Ranger-based comp on a basic level, Knights and Rangers together is a good way to go. 4 and 4.
Yeah. Especially because he already has the 2 big Rangers here, the Kindred and the Aphelios. Getting in something like the Ashe and the Varus would go a long way, and he's already got a strong enough front line. But we'll see how it goes here.
Yep. This is gonna be strong too. And you can definitely make the argument that the Nightbringer buff is going to be good, and if he can convert that Garen to a Darius, then we're really talking.
Yeah, for sure. Because that'll also afford him one more slot. I think he loses this. Oh no, wait, this is Bloodthirster.
Risk Thirster.
Karma always fails against the Bloodthirster carries, unfortunately. So, and yeah, Risk Thirster doing a lot of work there.
Yep, I love that. I love
Look at those items.
the risk. No kidding. Those are, I mean,
so this is one of the things I love. One of the things I love about Cavaliers is that you can do stuff like this. You can put your Rel on the back line and then have it charge up to the front line and still be in good positioning. So one of the cool things about Cavaliers as a frontliner, and Rel in particular being sort of the best of the Cavaliers. So
I've been kind of thinking a little bit about the same thing, where it's like maybe as far as that frontline positioning goes, you start the Cavaliers a little bit farther back anyway, because it spreads out the enemy team, and then when something in the front line dies, it'll have a better chance of running and getting those extra damage reduction again a little bit more often. So I feel like there's a lot of interesting things you can do with Cavalier frontline positioning that people haven't quite figured out yet. Looks like the Abomination is going to win this
again,
one, though.
By the way, I'm so fresh with, again, that Draconic Abomination Zoo comp that seems to be doing very, very well. And Draconic has been the story of today, that's for sure.
Yeah, Aphelios has been a solid second place comp to the Abominations, it seems like. Because Aphelios beats a lot of things, but then it just can't handle all of the HP to get through on the other side when it faces off against those Abomination comps. But there should be sort of a rock, paper, scissors element a little bit in the game, I think, overall. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Also worth noting that Soju, he hit his 3-star LeBlanc here, has the Revenant Assassin Soraka, was on a win streak for a long time, and then just recently took 18 damage and has fallen, down to 12. So despite how much he almost turned it around and how much he win streak, he could be going out in a 6th place here.
Yeah, that's the problem with taking so much damage early, is that even when you do put together a strong composition, a couple rough fight RNG situations, and you are right back down. Meanwhile, I'm So Fresh, 4 Abomination, 4 Spellweaver. That's kind of interesting. And yeah, like you said, getting that Draconic going on. He has 2 Spellweaver Spatula items. I was like, that's not a trait you see very often, but now I see why. How about Spellweaver Abomination?
Yeah, that's certainly going to allow his Zyra to do a lot of damage, as well as power up those 2 champions with that. But interestingly enough here, we're still seeing everything falling to the Assassins, which makes sense. The Spellweavers are pretty fragile. So Soju, definitely one of the people that seem to be able to take down sort of the top of the lobby.
And I mean, the monstrosity
so much
comes
gold,
out
though.
with... Yeah, actually it does, for level 9. Wow, maybe you can find Volibear 2 if he's looking for it. Kindred 2. Definitely some upgrades you can look for here. As he rolls.
This is also the kind of game where you start dreaming of the high rolls of, like, do you hit a 3-star Volibear or a 3-star Garen or something like that when you have this much gold and you're level 9?
Right. I don't know. I'm trying to, like, do the math. 6 times 9. Yeah, he doesn't have enough HP to hit a 3-star Teemo. But it's out there. There's like a threshold where it's like it's just impossible. You'll kill yourself trying to go for a 3-star Teemo.
On the other side, by the way, GV8 with double Shadow Ginsus. Look at the attack speed on this thing.
Yeah. And that's really interesting with Bloodthirster as well, because the Shadow Ginsus is going to be doing damage to you, but that Bloodthirster is going to be taking advantage of the attack speed and healing you quick enough, it looks like. That's interesting to note, that you can actually sustain double Shadow Ginsus and 1 Bloodthirster and not kill your own carry. Good to know.
Yep. Ooh, solo out in 6th. That's a little rough. But the crazy thing to call out here is Soju at 1 health now, just barely holding on.
I mean, he's in that position where it's like you're just crossing your fingers for that sneaky top 4, right? Where it's like, hey, I made it farther than I thought I would. Time to see if maybe we can sneak in. But there's a lot of HP to go through. He's going to have to win like 2 rounds, it looks like, to have a chance. And that's going to be a bit of a tall order.
So interestingly enough, we're seeing...
Dragon.
Yeah, we're seeing I'm So Fresh take out all of the A-bombs here and pivot into a full, late game 5 cost kind of comp here. So I expect a big roll down here, trying to hit some big units. Hopefully he can 3-star Zyra. That's another big thing he needs as well. Big Garen.
Garen 2. I like the Viego. Viego 2 could be really nice. Kale 2, obviously, if he can hit that. Heimer, at this point, maybe not as useful, although you do already have one in there.
I mean, Spellweaver Heimerdinger could be really strong here.
It's true. I feel like he casts
he has a
so
very high
slowly.
base damage. He does, but as long as you have 2 Renewer in, which he does not, but if you did have 2 Renewer in, you could get enough mana from the spell, or from the ability, to cast at least somewhat decently. And you do have the MR Shred from the Garen, so the spell will hit pretty hard if it casts, but yeah, you do need to invest something in it, so...
Right. Looks like he's invested enough in the board already to be able to win this one anyway.
Yep.
Yep.
Let's see how the rest of the lobby played out here.
Yeah.
Soju out in 5th. No, so the Assassins didn't quite make it to the top 4.
And that was Solus taking the loss there and dropping down to 4th. A lot of players using alternate IDs for this. This is their PBE accounts, so we've got like a guide here to let us know who's who. Hit it is Solus, in case you're curious.
Yep. Again, one Zyra away here also has to be... One Zyra away has to be so painful here, because that Zyra 3 would be a massive upgrade.
And you've got the 30% chance to hit 3 cost still, so finding it is definitely not out of the realm of possibility, but needs to happen sooner rather than later. That is a really scary Volibear on the other side for DQA.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't look like DQA has much of a real carry. No blue buff on the Karma, which means it's a very slow Karma compared to everything else. I don't see this going DQA's way.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more damage out of the Volibear, actually, with the Jewel Gauntlet. I mean, I know you've got Morello's, but he doesn't... It's more about the crowd control, I suppose, with Volibear than the actual impact damage.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, it's I'm So Fresh's Karma that ends up being sort of the big carry at the end there.
Yeah. As long as it's a Karma, huh? What's this gonna be?
Oh, no Zyra.
Nope. Roll one more time.
Yeah, so now, again, we see Draconic in first, an Aphelios in second, I believe an Aphelios in third, and a Karma in fourth. Is kind of what we're looking at right now.
Definitely starting to see some trends emerge here.
Yeah.
But we are seeing interesting compositions make waves. I mean, Soju ended up going out in 5th, but that 6 Assassin comp was interesting, and you can definitely see that succeeding more if it would have found a little bit more early success, because he had some kind of rough roll downs where he didn't hit like the Soraka 2 when you normally would have and things like that. So I feel like that's Assassins are still definitely a trait to examine here going forward.
Whew. So yeah, GV8, despite having not great positioning here, does end up taking the fight, which again shows kind of the power of Aphelios. You saw the Nightbringer shield combined with the Bloodthirster shield, because that's the thing, he has both. It makes Aphelios very difficult to take down, and then once it gets going, with that extra damage with the 4 Nightbringer, the 2 Ranger, just ends up pumping out a lot of sort of AoE damage.
Oh, is this going to be the end for DQA? Looks like it will not be. He survives with 1 HP. Wow. Huh. All right, still in it. You know, I was going to say with Grand Vice as well, he's kind of like, you know what, Draconic, Aphelios, I'm just going to do both. Put the Heimerdinger in there. He's got the Aphelios. He's like, I'm just going to combine the two and make like a Voltron of popular comps right now. But he also had things like the Renewer Rise as well. So that's going to give himself a good amount of consistent crowd control that's going to give that Aphelios more time. So there's neat little tech things in here that he's using to sort of excel with this. Typical GVA.
Yeah, the fact that he has Renewer for his Heimerdinger also is very strong here. When this Heimerdinger casts, it is going to be very powerful. So. Ooh,
Grand Vice's
I'm So Fresh gets the 3-star Zyra. Oh yeah, his little filter he's got there.
Yep, 3-star Zyra like you mentioned for I'm So Fresh as well. Looking for that one. DQA though? Can he survive this? I don't know. That Diana especially is kind of scary in the back too.
Yeah, I think the thing that's going to help him here is the Rise is going to keep the Nocturne busy, and we're going to see the Heimerdinger cast right about now, and that's going to really do some damage there.
Right, continues to do damage over time too with the burn as well, and that's going to help out. Yep. I think DQA's out. Yep, and it's Grand Vice is smurfing apparently.
Props to GV8 for this setup with these random faces and emotes. These are certainly entertaining. And so, yeah, we're down to our top 2 again, looking like Draconic versus Aphelios has been definitely a thing going on here.
I would say so, yeah. Is this chat controlled? I need to learn these secrets.
It's pretty good. Positioning wise, I really like what he's doing with the Aphelios here. Again, we talked about how Zyra goes across the board. He's also got the Ashe, although the Ashe is taken out. So even though he gets hit by the Shroud, this is probably the safest position that Aphelios can be in. So he doesn't get one shot by the Zyra. And so hopefully, although, that Vel'Koz placement might not be enough here.
Well, there's also that Zyra 3 that's been relatively untouched as well and doing a lot of damage. There goes GV8. Oh, down to 4 HP. It's going to be a tough 1v1 to win, though.
Yeah, I feel like positioning-wise, he needs to spread out a little bit more. There's no assassins coming in.
Yeah.
So getting somebody in each corner to at least target the Vel'Koz laser so he doesn't have to deal with that. Whereas that time he was grouped up, and being grouped up meant the Vel'Koz ult could hit more things all at the same time. So
we have traditionally seen the Aphelios comps take second to Draconic all day, so we'll see if this is going to be another trend being followed here. I think this is the best chance we've seen of an Aphelios comp winning it, though. We'll see.
Yeah, we've seen him win a few of these fights. He doesn't have enough gold to level, unfortunately, though, so at this point it's just a giant roll down for Kindred and Darius, basically.
Pretty much.
And unfortunately, it looks like
gonna find
one Kindred.
Well, a little bit more gold. Viego can be...
Oh, one of each. One of each feels bad. By the way, props to GV8. That is one of the fastest roll downs I have seen in a long time. That was quite impressive.
I mean,
his
I don't
Diana
think there's
placement
very many
is
players
really
that-
good here.
Yep, it's going to hit nearly everybody. And it's also going to slow things down quite a bit. Yeah, that's a huge Diana
that's
ultimate.
real good Diana placement.
All right, first 3 stars out of the way. Set drops. Aphelios stunned a little bit, though. That's a lot of red coming towards GV8 right now, though. And that is going to be the end of it. Once again, Draconic beats Aphelios for the final round of the game. Definitely seeing some trends here, aren't we, Mort?
Yeah, definitely seeing, again, if you can get that Draconic early, it stacks up, it becomes a very powerful comp in the end game. And then right below it seems to be the 4-cost carries, things like the Aphelios, the Karma. Those have certainly been the S tier of the 4-cost carries. Beyond that, you kind of need something a little more high roll if you're going to compete with those right now. So again, knowing that, though, the question is, how are the players going to adapt to that? Are they going to stick with other things? Are they going to start contesting these comps? Because one of the things with Draconic is as soon as it gets contested, it can really start to falter a bit. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
So in the tournament situation, too, you get in that situation where it's like, if one person is allowed to play it, they're going to do really well. But you know that if you play it and contest them, you're probably going to just hold hands down to 7th and 8th, right? So who's out there that's willing to take that risk and contest their Draconic player? And that's always a perpetual question in TFT when one of these kinds of comps emerges. Who's going to, take the bullet and try to contest the player that's been beating everybody? So we'll see what happens. And we're going to have the final comps ready soon, I believe. But I'm really curious about a little bit later on, once the standings are tabulated, to see where everybody is, because we've had 4 games now. We're going to be down to the final game, the final chance to make it to that top 8.
Yeah, and like we said, there were a few players that really needed to perform well that game, so we'll see how well they did. I expect to kind of see, our top of our lobby kind of stabilized and feeling pretty good. And also we'll have to see if... the fact that they are the top of the lobby and pretty safe, does that change how they play in the last game? Do they try something different? And does that allow for more 1st or 8th comebacks? Do we see a bit more risky play? All of that combined could lead to a very interesting last lobby. So kind of looking forward to that.
Yep, that's right. But I believe our composition's ready. All right, let's check it out. What did it look like? I feel like it looks pretty familiar to some things we've seen already today, Mort. It is a Zyra carry again. Although this time the difference is that it's an interesting adaptation. It's Spellweaver. It's not the Zerot version of it. Yeah,
I mean, 2 Spellweaver spats is certainly going to increase your chances a bit. That's going to feel pretty good. The other thing is, I don't know when they got the Garen, but I do like building the Static Shiv here. Static Shiv gives the 70% magic resist shred as well. And knowing that you're running Spellweaver and doing that much magic damage, I think that's a really smart itemization choice here. And again, this is one of the things we're seeing with this set, is that there isn't necessarily a best in slot. There's a conventional, but if you can be adaptable with your items, you can end up in a good situation like this, where Static Shiv, one of the items widely considered not that great, ends up being very strong and helping your comp do very well.
Just with the nature of set 5 and there being these shadow items in the game, it's going to be much harder to target game by game, quote unquote, the best in slot items. So I think where you want each set to sort of teach you something as a TFT player, and I feel like last set was compositional flexibility and playing through different trees with that, and it's starting to feel like set 5 is going to be a lot about item flexibility and how do you maintain a good board when you're not going to be able to target those best in slot items as effectively, just because the chance of seeing everything that you want has gone down because of the shadow items being included. And I like that. I think that's a unique thing to think about as we go forward. But let's take a look at the lobby stats. And here we have our set 4. Looks like Double did get the win in lobby A. Kiyun getting a second place, so bouncing back a little bit there. But players like Aegon, Jing, Becca, Unid still struggling a little bit, it looks like, Mort.
Yeah, we see Emily bounce back and Sean's bounce back, which is good. But yeah, Jing and Aegon kind of looking like they're struggling a bit. I'm imagining Jing and Becca, unfortunately, are looking pretty out of it at this point. Solo Gasang dropping another game again. He had those 2 firsts right out of the gate, and then a 7th and a 6th. There is concern if he doesn't pick it up that he might fall out, which would be really disappointing after 2 firsts. But yeah, GV8 and Solus picked it up a bit, so I'm expecting some placement shuffles when we look at everything overall. But I think a few people at this point are pretty out of contention and looking to play spoiler, if nothing else.
Yep, probably. Let's take a look at the overall standings. I believe those are ready, unless they're not, in which case we'll fill for another couple seconds. But we'll find out. But like you said, it's really kind of up to some of these players towards the bottom to sort of play spoiler if they want, or just play something fun. You know, when you're at this point and you know you're not going to get to day 2, might as well take a big risk, play something crazy, play something entertaining, and see what you can do. But here comes the overall standings. Let's see where we're at. Going to be looking at that cutoff between 8 and 9 specifically. A lot of players right there. GV8 coming back and giving himself a chance to break into that top 8 for tomorrow. It's players like DQA and Kurum, 2 of our NA World Set 4 representatives on the bubble. Any comments on this one, Mortdog?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you know, Jing, Unid, Becca all looking to be out. Aegon probably close to out. But Solus, Unera, Sean's, GV8, and Kurum and DQA all kind of in the running. As we talked about, Solo could bottom out here with like an 8th or a 7th. But, you know, props to KC Double and I'm So Fresh, who very quickly turned it around into sort of their back-to-back first places, leading to a kind of pretty even top of the half of the lobby, actually. So that was really cool to see them turn it around. And so it's kind of interesting that we had the Kiyun Solo Gasang to start off at the beginning, and now we see the KC Double and I'm So Fresh on the back half. So it's been kind of interesting to see how that's played out.
Yeah, for sure. We have one more game to go. But before we get there, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because Mortdog Madness Reckoning, the first day, will end after we come back with that final game. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Mortdog Madness Reckoning. I am DoA, and with me, of course, is Mortdog himself. And we have one more game to go before day one is done, and we get to find out who the top 8 players making it to day 2 are. We've seen some interesting stuff. We've seen a lot of Draconic be successful, Aphelios right underneath that, Karma right there as well. But it does seem like beyond those comps, there's a lot of diversity as far as what people can play and succeed with. We've seen like Yasuo 3 do really well, even winning a game a little bit earlier. So there is stuff out there, isn't there, Mort?
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, we're definitely early on, the PvE cycle. The set's not even out yet. So definitely expecting to see some rough edges. But this also shows how some of the comps, when piloted well, like Draconic and the Aphelios, can do very well. And it's also, part of the thing is also the journey on how you got there, right? Like, Aphelios isn't something you just log in and say, okay, we're playing Aphelios. It's what items did you use, what item carriers, what mid-game comp. Even Draconic, like we keep saying Draconic, but there's been Draconic with Abomination, Draconic with Brawlers, Draconic with Rots. So a lot of that is sort of what Reckoning is leading into, which is the ability to play it in a lot of different ways with a lot of different items. Right. And so hopefully as things, even out and right before launch, we'll see some change to really help that solidify on launch day.
Well, I know for myself, when and a lot of players I talk to too, when you're testing things out on PvE, like what you're doing is you're testing things, of course, because that helps you guys, but it also helps prepare you as a player for doing well on the ladder later. So when I see things like these Draconic comps and like Aphelios and all that, I'm like, all right, I'm not going to be playing that. That's something I'm not going to touch because I already know it's good. There's going to be balance changes in that are probably going to lower it a little bit, but it'll still be solid later. So I know I can do that at some point. What I want to test is all the other stuff so I can find, other compositions maybe people haven't discovered yet, or just other routes through the game that don't necessarily rely on what we already know is strong. For me, it's like, if it's already known as strong, all right, yeah, we'll worry about that stuff later. I'm more curious about finding what else there can be discovered because that's going to give me more options to succeed on ladder later. So it's funny seeing this stuff be so dominant because to certain players it kind of says, all right, well, that's what I want to specifically avoid going forward.
Yeah. And it's interesting, too, because sometimes we see tournament metas end up being a little different than ladder metas as well. So we'll have to see how that plays out once we hit live.
That's for sure. I mean, just thinking about Draconic, especially on ladder, it's much more likely that you're going to have 2 people contest each other with it and go 7-8 than we're going to see one person be allowed to kind of play it because no one wants to take that risk. So another thing to keep in mind as we get into game number 5. On board with I'm So Fresh now, and we will see how this start goes for him. It's a bow, it's a Kha'Zix, it's a low frame rate. We'll see where we go from here. There we go. We're going to go check out Soju and see his Sword Warwick.
So the good news is for I'm So Fresh, as long as he doesn't get 8th, he's pretty much guaranteed to make it. Soju's another one in sort of our top 4, that as long as they don't get 8th or 7th, they should be good to make it and keep going. So these players at this point should be playing something that they can just be comfortable with. Hopefully just, even a 5th, they'll probably be okay with that so that they can make it to tomorrow and make it to where the payday happens tomorrow. So hopefully in a really strong spot there.
I suppose it's literally payday. You need to make it to that day to get the pay. Vayne 2? Yeah, you
now,
got
it's
to pick it
interesting.
up. I mean, you've got to... Oh, go ahead.
Going into the tournament, Soju was saying he was going to play Vayne reroll 20 out of 20. That was the comp he was favoring, and it certainly hasn't been the case. Seems like it was more of a bluff. But starting off with this Vayne 2, I'll be curious to see if he leans into it. It doesn't really have the items for it, but if he does favor that comp, maybe we'll see something there. And he does have the 3 Forgotten, so...
Yeah. Yep. Decides to hold on to that as well, picking up a couple Abominations as well, finds another Warwick. So there's a possibility, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if it's yet another instance of a streamer making a wild, bold claim that's a definite for sure thing, and then it doesn't necessarily happen. But it's a good comp. We did see players pilot it to some success earlier today. It's a fun one to watch, at least.
Yeah, it seems like the few people who have tried it today have gone on to not hit, and unfortunately by the time they do hit, it's a little too late, and then they can't quite make that comeback with their low health totals. So
I feel like we saw it work once on our stream, but yeah.
Oh, right.
Now, but overall, yeah, you're right. It does seem like people have been hitting it, maybe forcing it a little bit too much. That's usually the reason for it, not quote unquote hitting. We have a DQA with some ranges of his own, but those aren't going to work out. Now, let's talk about Soju's items for a moment. So the Redemption Slam is really strong early. It's not a great item for the Vayne comp if you're going for it late game. But it's kind of a matter, too, where you get to this Armory round on 2-2. So if you don't slam something, you're not punished that much. Not as much as you used to be, because you still get another item choice here. Would you have slammed like the Redemption early on just to get that strength in these first initial rounds, or would you have waited like Soju?
So I definitely would have waited. I'm at the point now where my playstyle is, if I see an item I know I want in 2-1, I'll slam it. If it's not something I want, I will hold for 1 round, because 1 round isn't going to kill me, and it'll help me determine which way I want to try to win in loss streak, which will then help me make a decision based on like how bad I want to slam. So for example here, if I'm Soju, I won that round, so I probably want to start win streaking, and now that I know that, I might make something like the Hodge here, the Zeeks, to try to get that early game power and keep that win streak going. Whereas if maybe I'd lost that fight, I'd be more willing to take the glove and sort of greed for a jeweled gauntlet and consider that loss streak into that Vayne. So that's kind of been the strategy I've been taking.
Okay. Makes sense. We do see Soju doing what you're saying, too, which is slam those items and try to go for the win streak. He does get the win over Uthanara and that Morgana comp. Looks like a little bit of Duskbringer action, perhaps, on the other side. We'll see what that ends up turning into. Still very early.
Yeah, my expectation here, actually, is if he finds a set, we may see this just transition into a Draconic board. Again, we've been talking about how well Draconic has been doing all day, so it certainly wouldn't be the end of the world. The other thing he can do here is he has 4 gold. I think he might level and put in Ash is the other thing he could do to preserve the win streak.
That'd be aggressive for NA. We don't see a lot of players do that, but he does do it. Okay. Lessons learned. All right. And the Ranger does come in. That is going to buff things quite a bit.
Yeah, I think this is big because it gives him 2 Ranger and it gives him Ash. This Ash arrow is going to be pretty strong. Hitting that front line there, preventing Gragas from casting. I imagine this is just, it actually would have been pretty close had he not done this. So I think this was absolutely the right play.
Now, when Scion runs through an enemy team, it does apply Morellos, doesn't it? That's kind of neat.
It does. It does. That is considered a spell. It's the only spell damage he does. It's 350 base. But yeah, he charges through and applies Morello. So Morello is not worthless on Scion, especially in the early game.
Interesting. Yeah, that was actually a closer round than I think Soju might have expected, but see what he finds here now. Oh, is there another Dracon? He's got an Udyr over there, so probably going to go just for the items in this particular case.
Yeah, I think at this point, since he's in first, he's just sort of like, well, I get what I get. Probably go for a 3-cost. I could see, we have a 2 3-cost rods here. Might take the bow, but nope, 3-cost rod. And again, at this point, I think he's looking for a set. That's probably the only thing he's really looking for, so that he could turn on Draconic. Hits an early Rise, a 2% Rise, but that's always tough because Rise isn't really a great carry this early.
Yeah, for sure. And you don't really have a way to get Mystic. He's not rolling Abomination right now anyway.
So I just realized, by the way, he did hit a set.
Forgotten. Yeah.
But he sold the Udyr, so he couldn't even go Draconic if he wanted to.
I don't know about that. With the strength of Draconic, I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't hold on to the Udyr. But did he need to... Did he need to sell it to level up and get the Ashen? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, he did.
That might have been the reason. Yeah.
Yep.
That seems worth, I guess, for the win streak then.
Yep. By the way, so because Soju's level 5, and he just, 5-0'd Solo Gasang there, Solo Gasang just took a ton of damage, already at 76 at 2-5, so...
He's got the Surfing Lifeguard little legend, though, so he does win in that regard. That's the best one. Surfing Chonk is definitely one of the fun new emotes that we have available, so kind of looking forward to that. Yep.
So right now, Unid and Soju both win streaking. So if they match up against each other, which is pretty likely, that'll determine sort of who gets to be the big win streaker leading into the Krugs. So I imagine they got a position against... Yeah, you can see he's literally only scouting Soju as sort of his big threat. We'll see if they end up matching up against each other. They don't, so that's good for Unid. Should be able to beat Becca's level 4 comp.
Yeah, the GA on the Gragas. I mean, yeah, it's just... It feels like there's just not a ton of damage coming out from Becca's side of the board right now. I mean, you've got the Morellos on the brand, which is pretty good, but that's kind of about it. Whereas this Lysandra with Ginsu's... Oh, but there's the Abomination. I forgot about the Abomination.
Yeah, the brand with Morello does a surprising amount of damage. So unfortunately, Unid loses his win streak. You can see that 1 health from the Abomination loss. So he's at 99, loses his win streak. That's got to feel bad. Soju win streaking. Sean's also win streaking after losing the first round. So both of them have got to be feeling good. Solo Gasang, though, we talked about this, where he's in that awkward 25-point position. He needs to not 8th place. If he 8th place, that could be the end of his tournament run, which would be so disappointing after that start. So hopefully he can hit what he's looking for. We have seen some lost streakers do well today, so hopefully that's the case, but definitely when you see 66 health at 2-6, you get a little worried.
It would be weird, too, to see someone that took 2 first places earlier in the day not make it to day 2. That's almost unheard of, so yeah, all he needs to do is just not have a truly awful result. But it took him a long time to beat the Krugs. I wonder if that was even kind of close there. That's scary in itself. Yeah.
You can see that what he's got right now isn't really a lot. He had a 2-star Lysandra, but then built a Ginsu on it out of sort of like, well, I have nothing else. So at this point, I expect this to become literally anything else. He's got some Skirmisher going, which can be pretty good. Although Ginsu's on Skirmisher ends up not being one of the most desirable items. Because Skirmishers usually need to burst things down pretty quick. But we'll see what he can hit here.
Yeah, some of the earliest Dragon Slayer traits, too, which is one where you're not going to probably get a ton of benefit from it because you're not going to be killing a lot of things that are high enough HP to turn it on, I believe. So that's kind of interesting. But it's kind of a side thing, not intentional.
I like this item build from Sean's. We talked about how Shadow Hurricane is one of the best items because it basically shoots 2 arrows of 50% of your AD damage, so it almost doubles your damage. Combine that with the Deathblade early, that is a lot of offensive power early on basically any character, even a 1-star. So that's going to carry Sean's through the early game pretty well. And we talked about how Sean's, he's in the bottom half, he's at 20 points. He's really looking for a top 4, top 3. So getting something early with aggression that he can then transition to something later like a Draven or an Aphelios seems like a very smart play early. So happy to see those items kind of get used here.
Big roll down for Soligasang as he tries to stabilize 60 HP. He did find the early Draven, but doesn't have any items really to support using this Draven. Trying to find, maybe Dragon, maybe Draconic. He does find Draconic, okay. But still a little bit of a weak board here. Not much of a front line to speak of. Well,
it's pretty clear what he's looking for. He rolled down for a Nunu because he's really going back to his roots on the first game here. You can see he's built 2 Zerat portals already. Right. One of them is on the Callista, so if he can get that Nunu, he'll delete the Aatrox, put that on the Nunu, and have his Abomination with 2 Zerats that he's been using to sort of win those first 2 games in the tournament. But I do wonder if a lot of his performance in Game 3 and 4 were him trying to play that build. So, again, as long as he doesn't 8th place, he should be fine. But I think that's why he's sort of desperation rolling for this Nunu.
There we go. He finds a Rise to get Abomination in. That's a pretty big hit.
Yeah.
He did that.
What's interesting about this is I think he ends up... Yeah, he has to frontline a lot of these A-bombs for now.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things with doing that is that you activate more of the Zerat portals earlier, and when 3 of your allied minions die, that's when the monstrosity comes out. So putting a little bit weaker stuff up front, he kind of needs more of a front line anyway, but it'll get the Abomination on the board, the monstrosity on the board a little bit sooner, I suppose.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, we've been seeing a lot of A-bomb in this lobby. I've seen a lot of people with that grave ready to go, so...
Yeah. You give up a whole spot on your board by doing it, though, A whole hex blocked. That looks like
today
a solo song.
Yeah, we've seen the Zerat portal version be the one that's really dominant, and so of all the people running it, I expect Soligasang to be doing pretty good here.
He certainly got the most experience, it seems like. And he has first pick on the carousel as well, so we'll see what he goes for. I was going to say, if he goes for that belt.
Yep, I think it's that belt. Yep. I think we're looking for a bow, and I think we're looking for a 3rd Zerat portal here. Actually, no, I take it back. This is probably Morello on the Zyra.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that definitely could be.
So we've seen that he likes to use that slow burn Zyra. We saw that in Game 2, I believe. So I imagine that's actually what we'll see here, as opposed to greeting for a 3rd Zerat portal.
That's a good point.
Ooh, that's a big egg he's got there.
Yeah, that is. That's what, like a 4-round egg?
I believe that's the 4-round egg.
Okay. I'm still getting better at judging it all by just looking. But yeah, it's I had a game last night where the other player literally had 6 Zerat portals on their side. I'm not exaggerating. 5 of them were on the Abomination, and were on the Abom minions, which meant he always had 3 on the Abomination on the monstrosity, and then another one was just sitting on a tank too. So it got crazy. Oof. I felt overwhelmed.
I can imagine.
So the big thing to call it here, by the way, is work.
Yeah, the Morello's real strong here, and again, now he's just got infinite frontline. So I think what Solo just did here at this point is he feels really good about his chances of making tomorrow. As we said, he just needs to not 8th place. This is not an 8th place comp. And you can see that smile on his face. He's looking at this going, all right, sweet, we made it to day 2. I did what I needed to.
Yeah, but can he sleep at night? That's the question I have for him. Looks like he's okay with it.
That is the question.
On board with Becca now, as she's got Abomination rolling as well. A little bit of a different look at it, I believe, as she does some scouting.
Now, unfortunately, Becca's one of our players. Becca's one of our players that unfortunately is out of contention. Really, isn't going to be able to make it. So I think at this point she's kind of playing spoiler, kind of looking to go out on a high note, maybe get like a nice top 3 to end the day in a good spot. So, whoa!
She can try her best to grief Soligasang. We'll see.
DQA with the 2-star Ivern at 3-6.
Wow, that's insane, actually. What? All right, so maybe there was a Nico's involved. Maybe there was just a high roll. Yeah.
I mean, he's only got 30 gold, which means he did roll down a bit. And does lose despite that, so... Oof.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, Ivern getting Daisy out is nice, but if it only happens once per fight, that's still only like, you know, another 2,500 HP, I think it is, for Daisy rank 2.
Yep. Yep.
So it's not
so you see one of those early 2-star 4 costs, you usually think, wow, that's a lot of power, and unfortunately it just didn't pan out there.
Yeah. I'd say Ivern is probably one of the weaker 4 costs to 2-star early on. Not in every situation, of course it is TFT, but in a lot of cases.
Yeah,
all right.
Certainly
See
without the
what
lack
the
of
wolves
Revenant
bring.
as well, or you need Renewer to get him casting more often.
Right.
So, but
right.
yeah, here we expect some big roll downs. So
Should be. Probably a lot of players rolling down. It seems like 4-1 is starting to become more popular again as a place for players to roll down. Rageblade on the Callista. Another good item to possibly toss over onto the Abomination. And also just a good item for Callista.
the thing I'll call out here that I'm not a big fan of is right now the items that are going to go on the A-bomb are kind of random. You might get the armor off of Nunu. You might get the Morello or the Shojin off of Brand. So kind of unideal here. Does kind of get the high roll of the best possible items here. But typically when you're playing A-bomb, you want to try to make sure that you can control what items your Scion is going to get. So
Right. Meanwhile, I'm So Fresh on the other side does find the early Aphelios, it looks like. And does have pretty great items on it, too. And that Pantheon surviving long enough to maybe just win it. It's going to be close. He got enough. Yeah, wow, the GA was popped when it was fighting the Pantheon, and that's a really close loss for Becca.
Yep. Big eggs here, so we'll see what happens with these eggs. Maybe you get lucky and you see an early Heimerdinger. That
Seems
would
like
be one
she's
of the
deciding
nice
if
things.
she wants to... Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 stars, all right.
Another Zyra,
All right.
another Ashe, yeah. So
Oh
again,
my
this is
gosh,
where,
there's a
holy
Heimerdinger in
moly!
this shop. All right, let's go.
I mean, you
She
got to
gets
get this
me
to 5
Draconic.
Draconic.
Or 5, yeah.
You're at 4.
Yeah, you have to.
You can see the struggle here.
Yeah, it's a risk, right? Because you're probably going to be losing a couple rounds, but you've hit it early enough that when those golden eggs start hatching later, you can come back. Ideally, is the theory here.
Yeah, I think the play here is now that you've hit the Heimerdinger already, you actually power level to 8, so that you have the board and you can run the A-bomb and everything else.
True.
That way you preserve as much health as possible, knowing that you're about to be raining it in on all these golden eggs. So,
Right.
and you can kind of see, I think, Becca hasn't had quite as much PBE time as some of the other players, I think. So we're seeing sort of that inexperience of playing this Draconic comp to its fullest potential.
So you're saying right now it might be worth to go to 8
Absolutely.
and throw Abomination in, but it looks like, is that going to be the case? Yep.
No, I
Pointer
mean,
over
she
the
already
level
sold
button.
all of... She sold all of, like, she sold the Callista, she sold everything else, so now she's trying to go full Draconic, but the big thing lacking here is she has no frontline. She has a 2-star set, a 1-star Udyr, and no frontline. This is where, again, I think Draconic gets played incorrectly, and you're kind of just going to get run over.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I don't think 2 Spellweaver is going to help her a whole lot in this case. And that's a Mordekaiser too with 2 Hand of Justice on the other side. He is just going to walk over and one-shot everything. Yep.
Yep.
Oh no, the
so
poor
we
baby
talked-
dragon.
Yeah, we talked about how this tournament was going to be a demonstration of, like, who's really been playing more PBE, who's really studied and sort of figured out the comps versus who's still kind of exploring. And again, I think the difference you see in, like, Soluk Gasang, who's clearly mastered this Zerat way of playing the A-bomb and the Draconic, versus Becca, who's still, I think, experimenting a little bit and trying to learn here. You know, we're going to see pretty different results. So
I would imagine. But it all depends, too, on what comes out of those golden eggs. Like, this board is not strong now, but it could become strong depending on what she finds in those eggs. Because we're at the point where you can find things like item components, right? You can find higher tier Draconic champions, so we'll see. It's looking a little bit rough. This is certainly playing it on hard mode, but we'll see what you can find.
yeah, for sure. I do like that choice. It gets you the 2 renewer, because with the early Heimerdinger, you want that renewer so that you can get the cast off quicker. So I do like that choice a lot. Gets the Ash too,
but
that's
it
not
locks.
bad.
Yeah. What do you think about locking the rod onto the Ash 2, though? I guess Zyra has full items already, so there's that. You can do things like Jewel Gauntlet to make the spell hit hard, I guess.
Yeah, see, I'd want that on the Heimerdinger, though. The fact that you hit this early Heimerdinger, you would get some of the like golden eggs that might get you a Nico, might get you another Heimer, and you could end up with a very strong 2-star Heimerdinger. And again, we talked about how you got Renewer in to get that Heimerdinger cast. So I don't like putting it on the Ash here. I think that was a mistake, but...
Well, so far, she gets the win at least over Soju, so that's a good start for the first result of the golden eggs, I suppose. Set 2.
By the way, Utnera, Utnera is down in 8th place with 6 health. Is one of our people who was in the bottom half and really needed a big, placement here to stay alive. So unless Utnera really turns it around this turn, I think that's going to be the end of their tournament life.
Right. Looking for that Vel'Koz too. Level 8 definitely has a chance of finding it, but does not quite yet. At least you're going to get sometimes a lot of effective gold from those eggs too, so we'll see.
Yeah, the thing to note here is, like, she's got the Karma in for Invoker, she's got the Vel'Koz in, but both of those champions without items are really kind of a bait. The big thing she needs right now is frontline. I would like to see that Rel get in there. I'd like to see rolling for a Volibear, 2-star Ivern, so you get the Daisy procs. Because again, otherwise she's just going to get mowed down every fight, and nothing's going to have a chance to do anything. You've got to get more frontline in at this point. And yeah, Utnera gets knocked out in 8th place. That's going to do it for their run.
Yep. DQA taking a loss and going down sub 20 HP as well, so dangerous moments there. But I agree. Becca needs to find some way to give her backline time to actually cast, do something.
Yeah, she's at the point where these eggs are producing a lot of gold and a lot of economic advantage, so she can roll down for a lot of good stuff here. But again, sitting with these 1-star Vel'Koz, 1-star Karma that aren't really doing much when you have plenty of other damage from the Heimerdinger and the Zyra, feels like a big miss.
Yep. Definitely seems to be the case.
Yeah. I almost think in this case you sell the Ash, you pivot that rod like we talked about, and you could do something like, Gunblade or there's a bunch of options here, but...
So you're not really getting the AP items right now either, so...
Yeah.
What do you think about something like Zeke's positioned in a way where the Heimerdinger and the Zyra get the benefit of that?
I like that.
It looks like Becca might be thinking the same thing. All right.
Yeah.
You could also do something like put a GA in the front line again, just to, again, give your casters a little bit of time to do their thing.
Yeah, I think Shadow GA on Ivern here is probably the best option. Because that way, if you can get Revenant going, you'll have that, and then you'll also get the Shadow GA, which should be some more daisies, which should be even more frontline.
Nope, but the Zerg Rush is here.
Solo? Yeah.
My money's on the minions. Although
it does look that way.
Yeah, I mean, no, the baby dragon dies right before the cast comes through. Oh no! All right. Yep. That's a lot of minions. That's a lot of Zerog minions.
All right, now she's got some. Okay, she does sell the Ash. So again, the question is, what does she do with the items? Does go with that. And I feel like this other item has to go on Heimerdinger. Oh, okay, Vel'Koz works too.
Yeah, I mean, Vel'Koz will take a while to cast as well, and I mean, it gets the Zeke's, attack speed buff, which translates into faster casting, but it is a little bit rough for sure.
Yeah.
If it goes off, it's fine.
The Teemo here is unfortunate, because I do like the Teemo. The Teemo can give you Invoker and that good attack speed slow, but at this point, it may not be worth the health cost.
Yeah, 6 health is a lot when you're at 43 already. And I mean, there's a question of, does the Teemo even get to cast, because it's a 1-star Teemo and you don't have a front line? But Becca definitely in jeopardy of not top 4ing here. In fact, I think it's pretty likely unless she manages to hit, I don't know, early Volibear, a Force of Nature maybe, Heimerdinger 2, who knows? By the Teemo, come on.
Okay, so DQA getting 7th here is really bad for him. He was right on the line. He was in the top half. So it's going to depend on a lot of what everyone else does. Oh, this is Zyra 3. If she wants Zyra 3 right now, she can have Zyra 3.
And that's probably going to be your best option unless you roll into like another Heimerdinger or something like that.
I mean, I think at least rolling to see if you hit... I think rolling to at least see if you hit it naturally is the right play.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But
you got to do it now, right?
You got to use this now. Wait, what?
Oh, that
gives
was...
up 5 Draconic.
Huh, okay. I mean, Kayle is strong, but not on her own. Not like this. Not without any items.
Yeah.
Just gonna get.
I mean, I at least like the attempt here. I think what she was doing is getting Verdant in so that the Vel'Koz wouldn't get CC'd. But again, we just see that a 0-item Vel'Koz, or 1 item in this case, is just not what's going to get you to the end game.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, she already had Verdant in with the Ashe too, but
it's that's true. Yeah, that doesn't make sense either.
Oh well, like you said, it seems like a situation where things are still being discovered on the Becca side of things. The Draconic can be a cruel board to try to play. Meanwhile, we're going to go and check out Unid and see if he can maintain his win streak with 6 skirmishers. So I would imagine there's a powerful Jax waiting for us on his board.
Yep, and there is a skirmisher spat here too, so that's open up options even more. It'll allow him to get rid of one of the weaker skirmishers, maybe pick up a stronger backline. So a lot of cool options here now. You could even go like Skirmisher Draven. You could go Skirmisher Mordekaiser and end up with like 4 Dragon Slayer, which I think is what he's looking at.
Oh yeah.
So a bunch of cool options here.
I feel like 4 Dragon Slayer is probably the trait I've seen the least of, but... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, 4 Dragon Slayer can be really well for Mordekaiser especially.
There it is.
And so there you go, 4 Dragon Slayer.
Very cool.
So that's going to allow the team to have a lot more ability power, which scales up all their abilities as soon as you kill something big. So like as soon as this Garen dies, for instance, and you can see there is a Dragon Slayer proc when it happens. Kind of hard to see sometimes. But once it procs, it's like, okay, now your team has even more ability power.
Yep, and that, especially like you said with that Mordekaiser, that's going to power up the huge slam he does after he uses his ability.
Yep.
And does it buff his? Does his shield scale with AP as well? It's just max HP, isn't it? It does. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it does scale that number. Yeah, you want a lot of AP on him. It makes a bigger shield, bigger power spike. It's he really loves AP. So
everyone's afraid of buying the team.
By the way. Yeah. Props to Unid, by the way. He came in, in 15th place with only 11 points, pretty much out of contention completely, but it's still coming out with a really solid Game 5 showing. This is what you want out of a player who doesn't, tilt off and, end up in last, but actually comes back, shows that they, may have had a rough few games, but definitely still deserve to be here kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. And the point cutoff is in that mid to high 20s range, so probably can't make it even with the first, but there's an outside chance, maybe. Needs to keep it up, though. Going up against Shanzi here.
I think we're going to be looking at like 25 is what it'll take to make it, so...
Yeah, I agree. I think so. Getting an easy win there over Shanzi, knocking him out. Wow, that Draven looks strong, but not strong enough. And Unid's run continues. Becca is out. Yep, Becca out in 6th. So we've got our top 4. I'm So Fresh, Sologasong, Soju, and at the top, Unid. And, what do you think about that? Ionic Spark off the Dragon. I feel like that's pretty solid for this lineup.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you're mostly physical damage, so the Ionic Spark's not really great here, but you can at least put it on the Pantheon to get some extra magic shred. Yeah. It's not the worst thing.
I'm thinking about things for like the Mort and the Diana a little bit.
Yeah. A couple interesting things with that result. Sean's was like kind of right on the line, but with Becca going out in 6th, maybe gives him a very slight shot. It's going to depend on the other lobby, but Sean's right on the edge, I think. The other thing is, again, we saw that like Draconic was doing very well, but even despite an early 5 Draconic, again, if not piloted right, that Draconic unfortunately ended up in sort of a sixth place this time. So
Yeah.
still proving to be a difficult comp to run, but throw a few Zerots and maybe it's not so difficult.
So we got the Draven 2 going in with no items. Interesting.
Yeah, I think the Draven is sort of a placeholder here because it doesn't really even have Legionnaire right now. For some reason,
Yeah.
it took out the Mordekaiser. Don't agree with that play
Right.
for sure.
Yeah, I'm
But
not
I
sure
would
what this
expect to
Draven is
see
going to...
hopefully 3 Ironclad.
That would be nice. I mean, that's one thing that skirmishers kind of lack too, is they lack a lot of those defensive stats, as you can see. And being able to add on that armor on would help a lot. So you need not out of the woods yet, as I'm So Fresh takes another win. And I'm So Fresh has been having a pretty amazing run towards the end of the day here.
Yeah, for sure. The 2 back-to-back firsts, and now May's a top 4, so he's going to feeling pretty good about his performance. Again, I expect to see Ironclad go in here, get the 4 Dragon Slayer back in. Hasn't hit the Diana 2, which I think is what he really wants. Unless he's going to do something crazy like get out of Jax, but I think that's just such a mistake.
Yeah, I don't... Even with the Jax items arguably being better for Draven, I think you've got such a strong comp anyway with the 6 Skirmisher, 4 Dragon Slayer that you want to just stick with it. But we'll see.
Yeah, the thing is, most of the other lobby right now, is mostly physical. Actually, it's kind of split. We have the Vel'Koz and the Draconic, so it is magic, so maybe that's why you don't go Ironclad as much. The other thing is right now, a lot of the defensive traits, like Ironclad and Mystic, aren't really being favored because there tends to be a lot of Shred this set. The Garen, the Darius, the Shivs, the Last Whispers. So we're not seeing them have quite as much power as they used to. And does end up selling the Jax.
The Jax 2 cell, and he's got the opportunity to go Forgotten with Legionnaire in here if he wants to. Yeah, I mean, because Kale's a Legionnaire as well. See. Yeah,
I expect that Mordekaiser goes in for basically anything. So
the Rel, yeah. Well, the Rel gives him Ironclad, I guess, but it's only a Rel 1. Interesting. So he has Legionnaire from the Mordekaiser, so I guess there's that.
Yeah, Solo Gazang's Zoo comp here. We'll see how much damage this Draven can put out. But again, I think typically what we see here is it just gets overrun, and then the Heimerdinger burn damage is going to be enough combined with the Zyra CC, and it's just too much to go through. And I think we could be looking at our 3rd Solo Gazang first place with how strong he's got this comp on again.
Certainly possible. I like that he's got the double locket in the backline as well, just to give that backline a little bit more durability. But here comes Draven. Oh, there goes Draven. Oh, there's a chance for a moment.
It's just so much health to burn through.
Yeah, it really is a lot. Soju down to 12 HP as well, so it looks like it's going to be Unid versus Solo Gazang for the top 2, unless Soju's able to turn things around. Otherwise, he seems pretty solidly in 3rd this game.
Yeah, and what this means is, Solo Gazang, Soju, and I'm So Fresh, we're all in the top half. And with a top 4 performance, that means they're all looking pretty solid to go to the next day, so they've got to feel good about that. At this point, from here it almost barely, matters other than a few extra points. But again, they've got to be really happy with that performance.
Finally finds the Diana too, so we need getting another unit he's looking for. Passes by the Kale. All right. Volibear, Rel 2. He's just collecting 2 stars on his bench right now.
Yeah. When you have a Volibear 2 on your bench, you're in a pretty good spot where you have a lot of money.
That's right. Definitely rich at that point. Going up against I'm So Fresh, a Felios build over on that side. Is it going to be enough?
I think the Zephyr bought him a lot of time, and so I think we're going to see the end of this poor Draven.
Yep, quite possibly. Yeah, quite definitely. It's going to be a lot of damage, but is it going to be enough? Not quite. 6 HP, so Unid still in a little bit of trouble. Soju's still in it. Meanwhile, Solo Gazang still on the win streak. So, yeah, we may even see another double kill here. This is looking very reminiscent of some of the early games we saw today.
Yep.
Let's watch it from
again, he's just raking in more money from these 3 Draconic eggs, sitting there with a nice, perfect 3 Abomination.
Garen too, because
using it to... Yeah. Yeah, the fact he has the the Ivern 2, Garen 2, and Volibear 2, and Heimer 2, all stuck behind a Morello spamming Zyra and a Heimerdinger with Burn. Like, you can see that smile on his face. He knows what he's doing. He's become the villain of Reckoning with his Zoo comp, and he's probably going to win the game with it.
He really is. Soligasang Zoo is not a zoo I want to visit anytime soon, but we're gonna have to watch it.
True.
Work for at least one more round here. If it's the ghost facing against Soju here, it could be the end.
I think we still have one more round. So.
Yep. We need one his round. So, no double kill. But now he's got to fight the end boss, who is Soligasang. Normally the end boss for Mortdog Madness tournaments is Aegon, but I don't think we're going to see Aegon even get to day 2 here, maybe.
No, I don't think so.
Wow.
You know it's not a good sign, by the way, when you lose the fight and the A-bomb hasn't even been popped yet, let alone the freezer rots it's carrying. Just goes to show you how far and how powerful this comp is currently looking on PBE, so...
Yeah, when you're not even really needing the Abomination's rot to make an appearance, that's it's pretty good.
Ooh,
although this is
3-star Zyra.
This is probably... You find it? He did. Wow. Yeah, go for it, man. Get that Teemo 2. Oh, do it. Do it! Teemo 2, you coward!
He's just using it to buy gold to get more Heimerdingers.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Don't kill yourself. He's at 5 health.
You can't do the Teemo again. He's looking for that Heimerdinger 3. Oh, he finds it!
Oh, he got it!
Heimerdinger 3.
Heimerdinger 3.
But he combined it. I can't get the Negatron cloak off though. Going down to 5 HP for the Heimer 3. If this is a win, this is either the swaggiest win ever or the funniest loss ever. We'll see what happens, but I think it's gonna be a win.
Oh, he definitely wins. It's a win.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, definitely a way to end day 1 with a crazy. But as soon as this thing casts,
and the whole board's down.
6,400.
Yep.
Woo.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. All right. Well, Soligasang wins it, and he wins it in style with a Draconic Abomination, Heimerdinger 3. Welcome to Reckoning. We're here, Mort.
Yep. I think that comp bugs me a little bit, but he played it well and he did good. And you got to admit, ending on a Heimerdinger 3, that's a nice way to end day 1. And he got 3 first places with that comp, so certainly showing it's strong. The question is anybody else going to pivot and start playing it also, or are they just going to let him run away with it like that tomorrow? So we'll have to see.
We will see. Like you said, he's definitely painting himself as the villain. Like nobody likes that guy who's going to be, playing that comp, even though it's very, very strong. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the Teemo roll down for the extra gold. You pay the life, you get the 5 gold, you find the Heimerdinger 3. If nothing else, once it gets balanced, he's sending it off in style. We can give that to him at least. I'm curious about the results of the other lobby too. We'll be seeing those soon. And also want to shout out to Jing. Unfortunately, it looks like he had some internet connection issues today, and so wasn't even able to really participate in some of these games. So unfortunate moment. Great player. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him going forward through set 5. But yeah, unfortunately, technology got in the way today. So too bad about Jing, but glad to see him here at least a little bit.
Yeah, so. Like I said, so far. It seems like we're seeing some pretty consistent stuff here. Obviously, the Zoo comp doing well. Aphelios behind the scenes. If anything, there seems to be kind of a gap right there where it's like those two are very dominant, and then after that, it starts to fall off a bit. So again, with this information, with this information, we'll see what players can do with it and how they react to it. So,
right. I feel like we see a little bit of some of those 3-cost carries. Start to pop up a little bit. We did see that Yasuo 3 do well, so it seems like on the extreme ends of other comps they can contest those two, but very, very certainly it seems like Aphelios and the Abomination Draconic comp have been the strongest. Let's take a look at that comp one more time as we take a look at Soligasang's winning comp yet again. We've seen it a couple times before, but this time the special thing is that Heimerdinger 3. Hard to beat that.
Yeah, I really like the innovation here with the double Shojin Morello. That's been a cool thing we saw him do earlier. I don't think a lot of players were expecting that variation of Zyra, so that's been a really cool thing to see. And then, yeah, Heimerdinger 3, when that thing casts, the 7,777 base damage. Whew. And we saw that even, like, without the Zerots coming from the A-bomb, just the Zerots base was almost enough to keep it going, which makes you wonder, like, even if the A-bomb couldn't proc the Zerots, would Zerot still be too strong? Would that be crazy? So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I wonder. We'll look at the scores now and see what the results were for our other lobby as well. We know what the one was that we saw, Soligasong with the first place. A little out of order, KC Double takes a first in Lobby A and GV8 with 8 points.
Wow.
Emily up there as well, Kurum. So we might see some people sneak into the top 8 yet, Mort.
The crazy thing to point out here is that KC Double, that's his third first in a row. So
wow.
He had three firsts, Solo Gasong had 3 firsts, Kyun had 2 firsts, and I'm So Fresh had 2 firsts. This was dominated by like 4 players getting every first place. So it's pretty clear that they came in with sort of the best understanding of the meta and, came in real hot. So I think they'll be looking to be the favorites tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, I think it's especially cool to see KC Double come back and get a really good result today because, again, he was our Set 3 world champion and didn't make it to Worlds in Set 4, but it feels like coming back with a vengeance here in Set 5. We maybe there's a reckoning for KC Double to come back and stomp the competition once more. We'd love to see it. It's always cool when you see players make it to multiple Worlds in a row, so maybe he'll be able to make it to Set 5. I guess that wouldn't be in a row, but you know what I mean. He's going to make it back. We'll see.
Yeah, I know KC Double wasn't a big fan of the chosen mechanic. I think it altered their play style a little more than they were comfortable with. And so now we see Reckoning sort of back to the traditional TFT style. It could be possible that KC Double is taking that skill he had from Galaxies, applying it to Reckoning, and using that to play the economic advantages really well, know the meta. It's obviously a little early to say, but you gotta be impressed with 3 first places in a row to close out the day. So that's gotta feel real good.
For sure. All right, time to find out who our top 8 are going to be. The overall scores are ready. Are you ready, Mort? Let's check it out.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Who makes it?
Ooh.
Oh, Kurum just barely sneaks in over DQA at the cutoff. Meanwhile, the rest of our top 8 are KC Double, Solo Gasong, I'm So Fresh, Soju, Emily Wang, Kyun, and Grand Vice. That is, we knew it'd be a stacked lobby either way, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow. That'll be fun.
Yeah, definitely look like that's a stacked lobby for sure. A lot of really powerful players. I know Kurimex, GV8 all looking to prove themselves. DQA and Sean's feels a little bad. They were close, but not quite enough. Solus as well. And then, from there it starts to trail off. But again, I want to thank everyone for coming out and playing. Hope they had a lot of fun. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be crazy. That's a stacked lobby. That is some real skilled players. So
yeah,
looking forward to it tomorrow.
Also got a shout out to Aegon as well, our 2-time Mortdog Madness champion, not making it to the final day this time. So it's a new era of Mortdog Madness, as it were, in that we're going to see finally a new champion. I guess in the team tournament it was more than just Aegon, so there is that to consider too. But he's always been up there on the podium, so it'll be interesting to see different people up there as well. But here we have it. We're kind of reaching the end of the day here on day 1 for Mortdog Madness Reckoning. Other than the obvious things, other than Draconic being strong, Aphelios being strong, what are your major sort of takeaways as we kind of look back and think about the games today?
I mean, obviously, like I said, there's the strong stuff that we need to hit before we go live for sure. But sort of one of the key takeaways I'm seeing is that items have actually ended up in a pretty good spot. They're relatively flexible. There's lots of different ways to play it. You pick any particular carry, like even say Aphelios, and there's probably like 10, 11 different items you can put on him and get away with it. So I think that has ended up in a really healthy state. And then there's just comps that we basically didn't see all day. Things like Hellion that we want to make sure to sort of get back up. And so, again, this has been pretty valuable to kind of see where we're at and sort of where we need to go. And so, you can expect some changes before we go live, I think. But, again, it's also just been fun to show that, like, even this early in a set, it can be competitive, it can be exciting to watch. And so, going into tomorrow, I think it'll be fun. So those are kind of my key takeaways.
Right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll try to get an interview with our winner here. That's the plan. So not done quite yet. A little bit more conversation to be had about Set 5 and what it all means. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the winner's interview and then some closing thoughts. Welcome back, everybody, to Mortdog Madness Reckoning, and we have with us Casey Double 61. How are you feeling? Did you have fun today?
Honestly, I feel really good. The games were really amazing, but I think everyone saw it. These rods are the best item in the game, and it was showed today. Draconic and these rods were really in the top of the game. So I tried to play it one game, and I won by far, really far, because I went 9 like with 50 gold, and it was really amazing. And the other game was pretty cool too, with Yasuo 3 and a Draven game. I was trying to play Aphelios, but I had 0 Aphelios, so I pivoted into Draven and I got the first.
Okay. Yeah, 3 firsts in a row, I think, at the end. So besides things like ZZ Rot Portal, what else do you think is going to be strong once the balance is a little bit more even?
Honestly, Frozen Earth Janna is really good too. It's probably the best item to make on her. And I won 2 games with this Frozen Earth. So I think
Right.
these are the best item. And yes.
Okay. Mort, did you have any questions?
Yeah, so I mean, it sounds like you've been playing a bit of PBE so far. Do you have a favorite part about Reckoning that you've really enjoyed so far compared to other sets?
Honestly, it feels really good to play because we have so much to learn, and compared to Chosen Mechanic, it feels really good because it's not like when someone has a Chosen into one, and I take the example of Elise. If someone has Elise Cultist in the last patch of Chosen, it was almost a top cat for him. So I feel like this set is really better for me.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So we're gonna see you at the Set 5 World Championships then?
Okay, of course.
All right, awesome. Hey,
Thank you for the
I
interview.
really appreciate you doing this interview in English. I know it's tough sometimes, but you did great. Do you have anything you want to say in French to the French fans out there?
I love you guys. You are amazing. Vous êtes incroyables les amis. Restez comme vous êtes. Merci pour le soutien and we will try to win a set. What 5.5 set world championship.
All right,
And
sounds great.
and we will do our best.
Cool.
All right, awesome. France has a great esports scene, so I'm sure you guys are gonna crush it as usual.
Yes.
Thanks for coming on, and yeah, good luck with your matches tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, so there you have it, folks. KC Double 61 taking the top points score here in day number 1 at Mortdog Madness Reckoning, and it's great. I gotta say, like, it's tough. Like, I think about trying to do like an interview in Korean, and it terrifies me. So I have nothing but insane respect for anyone that's willing to do an interview after a win in a second language. That's great. But here we are. Now we're at the end of the day, and it was a great set of matches. We definitely saw some things being strong. That's a given. But again, it's PBE. This is the point of PBE. Yep. You're seeing this work as intended in real time, where we're getting to give good feedback to you, Mort, and the rest of the development team to go back, make tweaks, pull levers, press buttons, and make things as balanced as possible coming in to the live patch. So do you feel like you've got a pretty good idea about what to work on next week a little bit?
I think some things are certainly clearer than others, for sure. I think the team will have a lot to do on Monday, but I think this is all useful stuff. And like you said, this is the point, right? This is PBE. Yeah. This is so we can get the game in the best state on day 1 when it goes live. And I really want to thank the 16 players for playing, for coming out and competing and showing what happens when you try your hardest. That's really valuable, because on PBE it can sometimes be hard to find people who are really giving it their all. So this has been super useful, and again, I can't wait for tomorrow to see who comes out on top, see how many Zerat portals get built. We should take a bet and see how many get made. But yeah, it should be fun tomorrow. So
we'll have people track the record. What's the highest number of portals you can get in a single game? We'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow. Don't worry, I have no doubt. But it was a fun first day of Mortdog Madness Reckoning. Can't wait for our top 8 tomorrow. Shout out to the staff at Wisdom for putting on a great show as usual. Shout out to Mobalytics, our partner here for the show, giving us a lot of great graphics. Again, exclamation point builds, I want to say. I want to get this right. Exclamation point builder takes you to their set builder if you want to experiment with what traits can I put together. It's a good sort of reference before you jump on the ladder. And then exclamation point set 5 will take you to their part of the site that just gives you a lot of info, because we're all still memorizing the traits, the abilities, the tons of new items. There's a lot to take in, but I think it's going to be a really great set. Thanks to you again, Mort, for contributing to the prize pool and for doing this as well, for being part of the community, for taking the behind the scenes of what happens developing a game and kind of opening the veil and letting us get a good glimpse of it. It's a ton of fun to watch, and can't wait for tomorrow. Until then, that's going to do it for us, DoA and Mortdog here at Mortdog Madness Reckoning. Tomorrow, 12 p.m. Pacific, day number 2, the top 8. Who takes it all? Come back and find out then. We'll see you next time.